Hmm. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Digital Worthiness Summit. So, today, on this beautiful day, we gather to explore how digital innovation meets our daily lives. And we are here to celebrate the Digital Worthiness Day. So, our journey will take us through various aspects of digital worthiness, from understanding its core concepts to examining its impact nowadays on the customer journey. Um, we are lucky to have you joining us today on this very special day for Atworthy, and to engage with our lineup of speakers who are pioneers in the digital realm and ready to share their groundbreaking journeys and expertise. So before we start doing the summit, let me quickly introduce our esteemed keynotes, sessions, and speakers. First of all, we will start with the introduction of digital worthiness journey with Khalid Khoba, the CEO of Atworthy for sure. Then we will do the discussion with Stephanie Leisure about the skills for achieving high digital worthiness in hospitality industry. After that, Khaled Kuba again will reveal the must and the much awaited digital worthiness index that we have been all waiting for, which is assessing digital innovation in over 10,000 hotels worldwide, five stars hotels worldwide. So after that, this will be followed by a session on navigating the future of digital innovation and AI business and society with Patrick Spalding Ryan. Um, then after that, we will do the keynote by the much awaited as well, Vincer, uh, which is our honor to have him among us today. Uh, with his keynote, we will delve into the how online is impacting the offline, or how online innovations are enhancing the offline experiences. After that, we will discuss the shift from trust to digital worthiness with Steve Andrews, the expert. At last but not least, we will explore the evolution of media and entertainment tools from traditional to digital platforms with Daniel Sieberg. I'd like to remind you that you are invited to share your comments, to post whatever you want, to post whatever you think of, or if you have any, I don't know, like questions or so on, you can put that and you can write that in the comments that you will find down below in the stream, live streaming that you are watching, whether on Facebook, YouTube, or LinkedIn. So feel free to ask whatever you want, and all your comments, all your questions are welcome. So before starting with the session, I want to wish you all a happy Digital Worthiness Day. So for those who do not know about this day is hosted by Atworthy. Today is the celebration of the digital worthiness of digitally enabled experience, emphasizing the importance of effective digital practices in today's world. So this day, as I said, is hosted by Atworthy, serves as a crucial reminder for businesses and individuals to assess and enhance their digital practices, ensuring they align with ethical standards and customer expectations. So this day fosters collaboration, innovation, and knowledge sharing, driving industries forward and creating a more inclusive, a satisfying digital environment, which this day also raises awareness about digital worthiness and its impact on customer experiences, encouraging positive changes in the digital realm. So let's celebrate this day together and let's hope for a better digital worthy world. So, next, I invite you to watch a video that is offering more insights into the story of Atworthy and the secrets behind digital worthiness. Feel free to watch this video, and I hope you will enjoy it.
Okay, we understand that you have invested in your digital customer journey. All you need now is to prove you're worth it, but you don't know where to start. We know how you feel. That's why we offer entities like you the opportunity to show off your digital worthiness, not only to your customers, but to the world as well. Atworthy introduces a new rating system that will impact customer decisions. Our global rating system enables you to obtain a number from 1 to 5 ats representing your digital worthiness. You will enjoy sharing your at rating on your property, on your website, or your social media. People will see your at rating, which reflects how much you meet your customers' digital expectations. How? Our platform makes the process easy. All you need to do is visit atworthy.com and choose a plan that fits your property. Answer the questionnaire and get your at rating. The access to your dashboard will allow you to monitor your rating evolution through the years and make the right decisions. Share your rating and let people see your digital worthiness. You will have an at rating certificate as well. Added to that, we will provide you with a customizable badge that you can share on your website. If you choose the business or the platinum plan, you will have your public profile accessible to all internet users worldwide. Atworthy.
So I hope you enjoyed this video. I'm pretty sure that you have now a little bit idea about the digital worthiness, or maybe some of you are already they have already knowledge about the digital worthiness in Atworthy. And for those who do not, I encourage you to watch this live streaming till the end, so you can not only understand the digital worthiness, but also you know, learn more about digital innovation and how it is shaping our today's world. So as I said, I hope you enjoyed this video. So again, feel free to write your questions or comments down below. Now let's move on. Let's start with the sessions. Let's move on with a session with Khaled Kouba, the CEO of Atworthy, who will lead us through the journey of digital worthiness. Please join me in welcoming Khaled Kouba, the CEO and founder of Atworthy, for what promises to be an enlightening session. So, with his extensive background in digital innovation and leadership, Khaled is perfectly poised to guide us in understanding the vital role of digital worthiness in today's world. His insight will shed light and on how we can all contribute to a digitally ethical and inclusive future. Uh, Hello, Khaled. We are so thrilled to have you here with us today.
Hello, Fatma. Good morning, everyone. And I'm glad and I'm happy to be with you here.
Thank you so much. So I'll let you get the floor, and the word is yours.
Thank you again, Fatma, and hello, everyone. Those who are watching us on this stream, we're really glad as at Worthy to be celebrating with you the Digital Worthiness Day. And we thought that I think the first thing to do in this celebration is to talk more about the digital worthiness concept, as it is an important concept for us. First of all, what is the digital worthiness? What is the exact definition? Well, I mean, the definition that we brought into our concept is that digital worthiness is a quality of offering digitally enabled experiences. You will focus here on few things, especially the digitally enabling and the experience. It's important for us to show that there is a shift today happening in the mindset of the customer. Those customers are looking for more and more digital enabled experiences. Why we are saying that? Because it is a shift that, first of all, happened on the customer side, but also on the business side. If you have noticed, for sure, you as customer, you have been served good quality products and services in different sectors, but at the same time, those experiences have been enabled and improved through digital component and features. This is because the businesses themselves, the brands themselves, they understood that you are looking more and more for an experience. You are you are not just a consumer. You are not just a consumer of a product. You are a consumer of an experience, and this is an important shift that is happening. The shift is also toward the consumer side. All businesses today are consumer-centric focus. It's important for them that they understand all the consumer need, all the consumer expectations, and provide them with the right experience that will fulfill that expectations. And unfortunately for us, the digital technologies are the only way for any brand and businesses to fulfill those expectations. Because how digital worthiness prioritizes customer needs today is through fulfilling those preference and expectations throughout the journey. And the journey for the customer is not the moment that he will consume your product and service, is indeed a big journey that will begin with a before the experience, and then during the experience, and then after the experience. It's important for the business to look at that customer interaction, not even the moment that the customer will consume the product or the service, but also there is an interaction that could be highlighted, and it will begin before the consuming act itself. Everything that is facilitating your customer interaction with you before he will arrive, or they will arrive to your facilities or your property or your boutique. It's important for you to make sure that they have all the indications, all the informations, all the necessary to make decisions and make the right decisions. And the right decision for sure is it will be to choose the right product and service for them. This is the most important part in the customer journey, is where actually the customer will make decisions. And if you do not actually invest enough in digital to inform, to make easy decision, to make easy purchasing act for the consumer, I believe that the experience will be less and less important for the customer. So we need to focus on the before experience, during the experience as well. The consumer, when he made the decision to go through an experience in one place or in one hotel or in one restaurant or one theme park, is actually expecting high interaction, a lot of personalization. So during his experience, be it 1 minute or 1 day or 1 week or 1 month, it's important for you to invest in enough technology and enough digitalization to allow to that experience to happen in a more streamlined and a more seamless way. After the experience itself, the customer, they are also expecting to have some interaction with you. I mean, today we are living in a connected world where actually I could receive a birthday gift from my hotel. I could have a lot of interaction with my hotel on social media after my experience. So it's important as well to keep up with your relationship with your customers during that part of the after experience. It's important as well to highlight an important difference here, because we have received some questions about the difference between digital transformation and digital worthiness. From our definition as at Worthy, digital worthiness for us is a different part and different completely from digital transformation. For us, digital transformation is everything you do and every adoption of technologies and digitalization that you will do in your core business. It's how you improve the way how you produce your core product. It's improvement of efficiency. It's the maybe reducing the cost of producing that product or service. Those are critical for the consumer experience. It's important. I mean, we could not imagine consumer experience without a company that has already begun or at least have a mature level of digital transformation. The digital worthiness is actually the layer on the top of the digital transformation. It's the layer that will be interacting with the consumer. It's everything that the consumer will see and interact with. So we don't look at any part of the digital transformation when we talk about digital worthiness. We look only on the things that are visible and where actually the consumer is interacting in reality with the business. Anything that is meaningful in the experience, everything that is impacting directly the experience is part of the digital worthiness. So it's important to have this contrast between the digital worthiness and digital transformation, because both concepts are related and but they differ. The scope of them is different. The scope of digital worthiness is the consumer and the customer focus, serving them digitally enabled products and services, while digital transformation is the adoption of digital and technologies to improve your efficiency and your core business. So this is an important part to make sure that it's clear from the beginning, because we at Worthy, we understand that digital transformation is the base and is the core, but we believe that this is something that is given for us. There is a lot of work that has been done to explain to the businesses that digital transformation is important, and there is a lot of businesses and brands that they have already begun huge work on digital transformation. Our focus will be mainly on digital worthiness. So why we talk about worthiness? Why we talk about digital worthiness? Because we believe that it is a characteristic, an important characteristic for any business to improve their customer experience. We need to understand that you as a business or any brand need to earn the customer loyalty, need to earn the customer praise. You need to earn a customer who will be looking at you as an experience worthy of praise. So this is why we are using the word worthiness, because we believe that it's only through providing digitally enabled experiences that you will be, as a brand, worthy of praise by your customer. So that customer focus, 100% focus on the customer, is the main goal of the digital worthiness. We need to make sure that the business understand that this is the only way for making sure that their customers believe in them and become loyal, and they look at the businesses as a worthy of praise. The brands are, working today hard to produce and to make sure that they provide good quality product and services, and they have made that clear through different type of rating. I mean, if we look at the hotel sector, for example, one-star hotel is a less quality, or at least less infrastructure wise, versus five-star hotel where there is a high quality and luxurious experience. So the brands already have been using the rating and evaluation to make sure that the good quality that they have invested in is visible enough for their customers. It's time today to understand that your customer is expecting you to show them how digital worthy you are, how digitally enabled experiences are you providing. So this is where the digital worthiness concept come into play, where actually we are providing the proof to their customer that you can come to my business and consume my product and services because I am digital worthy business. I am providing you, I have the promise to providing you a digitally enabled experience. This is an important part of your interaction with your customer. If the customer has no indication on your digital worthiness level, it's important. It's a difficult decision for him to make. All the businesses are expected to be good quality businesses. If you look at the number of the 5 stars hotel, and we will see later on the digital worthiness index that we will be presenting, the majority of the digital worthiness index has shown that even though all of them are 5-star, and we on purpose created that only for 5 stars, the majority of them have equivalent product and quality of product, but there is a huge disparity between the offer of digitally enabled experience between them. This is why it has been clear for us that providing an assessment and providing a clear way to understanding where each business is on the level of digital worthiness is a clear need for the consumer side to make decision and for the business to show off that investment, because we need to say it. Many businesses have already invested and they are spending a huge budget to make sure that the digital is an important component of their customer experience, and we need to celebrate that. We need to recognize those who have been investing to make sure that they provide good quality and digitally enabled experience. So that state of meeting between the digital people who are the consumer of today and they have a need of having a digitally enabled experience, and an entity that has understood those people and they have invested heavily in digital component throughout the consumer journey, before, during, and after, that state of meeting between those two elements constitute the digital worthiness. It's where actually there is a meeting between the expectations and the offer. And this is important for us to make clear that you should not be focusing only on the quality of the product. You should also focus on the digitally enabled experience that you are offering to your customers. And this is where, again, the digital worthiness concept come into play, because it will help you understand where you are today and where you should go in a very near future. By the way, when we talk about digital, we talk about the technologies both online and offline, and we talk about the state of digital today. And this state of technology today is something that is evolving. So you need to expect that your customers' expectations are an evolution. Your customer expectations today are in a level. Tomorrow could be in a higher level. After tomorrow will be in a different higher level. So the evolution from what your customer are expecting today will be different in 6 months, in 1 year. And as you know, digital technologies are moving so fast. There is always new products and new services and new technologies and new adoption that will allow you, first of all, to make sure those technology are serving well your customers, depending on your customers. And then they will allow your customers as well to enjoy. So you need to expect that digital worthiness is not a state that is fixed, similar to the stars. The stars of the hotel are something that technically could not change. The digital worthiness is something that is in constant evolution. There is always new technology coming up that will require from you as a business an adoption to make sure that you are meeting the expectations of your customers, because the customers are looking out there and they understand what are the technologies and they understand what is the offering already happening, and they are expecting you to follow the same trend and follow the same technology evolution. So I hope I was able to explain the shift that is happening in the focus from a product and service quality to a customer digitally enabled experience. This is an important element in the digital worthiness, and it's actually the base of our concept, because without it, we should not be able to advance in improving our digitally enabled experiences. We need to understand that providing good quality product and services is not enough today. It is already a given for the customer, because when he will be looking for a 5-star hotel, all the 5-star hotels for the customer are similar, not really so different from a product point of view. But what they are looking is that they are looking for more differentiation. And the best way to show your differentiation is your adoption of digital worthiness. So we welcome you to stay with us in this day and this Digital Worthiness Summit. We will be having a lot of a talk with other experts to give a little bit of light on different part of this digital worthiness.
Yeah, thank you, Khalid, for all this explanation. It was certainly a very inspiring journey towards a better digital world. Actually, I wanted to have this little chat before the next session because I think that we have received some comments asking some questions, some interesting questions that we might need to answer these questions because they seem like to be very interesting. So one of the questions the comments that we have received is from EduCyber. It's asking how can we relate how can we rely, sorry, on online ratings, especially that there are some online businesses maybe now are doing some frauds or are doing all they can just to make sure that they improve their let's say customer satisfaction, even if it is not true. So how the question is of this the comment that we have received: how can we rely on online ratings?
It's a good question, and we thank our followers for these great questions. I think we have not yet actually talked about the digital rating that we provide as a company. We are focusing on the digital worthiness, but technically, it's important to understand that this digital worthiness bring a set of recommendation, a set of explanation, and what are the minimum standards and requirement that, from a point of view of a consumer, there is a set of expectations. So we have translated those expectations into an assessment, something that will help us to give a rating. The rating that is provided by Atworthy is a rating on a scale from 1 to 5 at. We believe that the star is the symbol of the digital of the quality of a product, and it has been used through different ways. This is why we have sponsored and adopted the ad as a symbol of the digital worthiness and as a symbol of your digital readiness as a business. The rating that we are providing today is an AI-powered rating. There is a lot of technology enough for us today to assess your level of digital readiness and then give you a rating based on the answers. Obviously, this is something also where the businesses can interact with us and they can complement the information. We can rely on such information because in majority of cases, businesses are behaving in respect to the norms and the quality of the answers they provide. We have also, as a company, a higher level of integrity when it comes to making sure that our customers respect the rules and policies of our rating system. So this is something that we are eager to provide and continue to provide as a platform.
Thanks, Khaled. Thank you for the clarification. You mentioned that Atworthy has an AI-powered system, and we will certainly talk about this later on. You know, now AI is taking over everything, and the fact that Atworthy is also working on the AI, it's very important, as you said, for the for everyone. Let's say rating system and so on. So thank you again for such the inspiring journey. And I'm pretty sure now that a lot of people are questioning the ways, the tips, the tricks, or maybe the skills that everyone need or every business need in order to get that high rating or to achieve a high digital worthy let's say property, whether it is a hotel, bank, clothing shop, restaurants, etc. So and this is, I guess, that what Stephanie Ledger will help us understand in the next session of skills for achieving high digital worthiness. Okay, so I guess we lost Stephanie. Maybe we have some internet problems, or um, she will join us. That's for sure. Um, but let's wait for her and get the chance to chat a little bit about other things. So here she is. Stephanie is here. Um, Hello, Stephanie. How are you?
Hi, great. Can you hear me? Just to make sure.
We are we are so happy that you joined us today. We are so thrilled to have you between us today on the Digital Worthiness Summit. And I want to wish you a happy Digital Worthiness Day.
Woo! Yes. No, thank you so
So
much for having me.
thank you. So everyone, please join me in welcoming Stephanie, the Chief Excellence Officer of First Rate Hospitality, a hospitality training consultancy. Um, Actually, Stephanie trained more than 20,000 hospitality employees in hotel and restaurant operations worldwide, providing countless reviews of operational evaluations. So I will give the word to Stephanie, and Khalid will have a discussion with her during this live streaming in order to explore the digital readiness in hospitality. The word is yours.
Thank you.
Welcome, Stephanie. We're really glad, as Fatma mentioned, to have you. I think her presentation was a little bit unfair because I know how much you have been working hard to really train and upgrade the skills of the employees and the leadership in different hotels and the hospitality sector. So we are glad to have you with over 20 years of year and experience in hotel industry globally with Ritz Carlton, Forbes, AAA, and most importantly, I think your Walk the Floor podcast, that is an amazing podcast. I am a follower of that podcast, and I encourage everyone to follow as well. So we are glad to have you, and let's dig in directly, Stephanie. Let's start off talking about your point of view of the current state of technology in hospitality.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you again, once again, to having me on here. And yes, happy Digital Worthiness Day. So current state of how I feel, in the hospitality industry with technology is the good thing is we are moving forward. We are seeing hospitality businesses in hotels. They are adapting to technology. However, I feel that we are not moving as quickly as I would hope, and especially in a few of our different departments, such as, say, front desk and housekeeping. However, at the same time, I do feel that some of the hotel brands are maybe holding a little bit of the technology based upon their clientele. Maybe it might be more of an older demographic that may not be so tech savvy. So they're, wanting to really making sure that they're providing the service that also too goes in line with the type of clientele that they are serving.
Absolutely. I want actually to dig more in that remark that you provided, Stephanie, and it's an important remark for everyone to understand the digital worthiness concept. When you talked about the less digital savvy clientele in hotels or any other business, I think actually digital worthiness of a business does not need to have a clientele that is tech savvy and per se. It's more or less making sure that they have a seamless experience. If I
Yeah.
would take one small thing, for example, that I personally hate when I go to check in a hotel, is that a piece of paper that I need to find a pen somewhere to like spend maybe 20 minutes to take my glass and try to find the right word to put in that paper, and then take a lot of time to maybe ask my team, oh, what's my email address? What is my, oh, remind me this. And it take me a long, long time to fill that piece of paper, while actually all the information has been already provided to the hotel. So it was easy for the hotel to actually invest in a device that will show me all the information, and I will e-sign everything in a spot in 1 second, and I'm done, and I'm already in my room. So this is the level of digital worthiness that we are expecting when we are interacting, be it we are in an older age or a younger age, we are savvy or non-savvy. How do you see this interaction happening already in the hotels today?
Yes, absolutely. So, yes, obviously, seamless and timeliness as well is key ways to making sure when hotel companies are looking at technology is how does it look for that seamless effect, but then also too the timeliness, because now if we are having those guests that they're having to sign and fill out all of this information, next thing you know, you're going to have 20, 30 people waiting in line to check in, and now they're already going to be frustrated just before they even get to the front desk. So getting back to your point of how hotels are looking at this is, I think they're really looking at it from the guest point of view, and to making sure that it, once again, it goes with the type of clientele that they have, and with also if they are working with, say, a third party booking engine or with their travel agents, making sure too they're having that pre-arrival communication, so they're able to capture as much information prior to that guest stepping foot into the building.
Indeed. I think you mentioned here an important point, which is the integration between the back end and the front end, and what we call also an networthy, the integration between the digital transformation that you did and the digital worthiness that you are as well doing. It's important that you have a convergence of those technologies. If you are working with a system like booking agencies, you make sure that you have all the information before the check-in. Indeed. So what are your predictions when it comes to integration of technology into everyday tasks within the next 5 years in hospitality?
Yeah, so I think we're going to see a lot moving faster over the next 5 years. We were talking too about that different of the generations. And so, we're going to start seeing that those older generations that, maybe didn't grow up with the technology, such as the younger generations, they're unfortunately not going to be traveling anymore, or kind of, not going to be so much of part of that customer experience. So then now we're going to be seeing a lot of innovation in technology where it's going to be quickly adaptable. We'll start seeing in the future.
I love that angle of bridging the generation gap that you are mentioning. I think it's an important part to explain that in reality, the customer of today is already digital savvy somehow and have an expectations, even though sometimes he has not the right skills for that. But the expectation is that I am expecting you as a business to provide me with an easy service, a streamlined service. How do you look at that technology gap, and especially among the guests and employees at the same time? How do you see the adoption at both sides?
Yeah, I mean, it really comes, to training, both educating on the guests so they feel comfortable about utilizing different technology tools, whether it be at check-in or even ordering food service by the pool area, but then educating the employees as well of how can they making sure that they feel comfortable themselves using the technology, and then how can they also to making sure in our wonderful hospitality way of being able to educate the guests instead of just telling them or saying, what, you don't know how to use this? No, we got to making sure that we're educating first our employees, making sure our employees feel comfortable, and even also too, even our employees cover different generations, and so even different ways that they learn. Some are very hands-on, some like a classroom way, and some needs a little bit more one-on-one.
Absolutely. One of my favorite commercials that I have seen in the sector of hospitality is and I will mention the brand with Glad, is Hilton. I believe I've seen Hilton showing a commercial about how they are training their waiters to actually become a photographer and provide a good quality photography service to their customers. I mean, it's important. Every one of us has had that moment when we go to a restaurant and we ask the waiter to, please, can you take a picture of us as a family? This is the digital interaction that we are expecting, by the way. This is, I mean, when we talk about, we're not going to the restaurant only to have a meal or to have the food and then we go out. No, it's an experience. It's an experience with family, with friends, with someone that you love or someone that you have a business with. And you actually need a lot of digital interaction. And that skill that this company has made sure that their waiters are equipped with is important for them to show that he's actually providing you the food, but also enabling your experience by providing you the right picture that will stay as a memory for you. My question, and I know you have done this, I mean, throughout your consultancy, what are the exact skills that those employees need to understand to make sure that the business is providing digitally enabled experience?
Yes. So I think first off is making sure that we have patience. You know, this is a lot of learning and adapting and flexibility that we are going to be going through as more technology is enhancing the guest experience and also to the employee experience. So we want to making sure that we're not getting frustrated even with ourselves or even with the guests when maybe they may not be so tech savvy, or maybe they're in a rush, maybe they're having to run to a meeting or something. So then we want to making sure that we're training on the patience and how to making sure that we're communicating effectively as well, to making sure maybe if it is more of having verbiage on items in preparation, like that pre-arrival, or also to for the employees to do a little bit more hand-holding with the guest.
Perfect. I actually, I'm highly interested in staying on that training part. I think it's important. Can you provide some like detailed skills on how exactly to achieve a high level of digital worthiness?
You know, the first thing is making sure that you're putting yourself in the guest shoes. So when you're looking at bringing on this different technology, first as an owner or even as an executive, before you even begin the training, really look at what is the guest experience and the employee experience. Put yourself into their shoes to being saying, okay, if we were going to go to having a kiosk for a check-in, what does this look like? And then when we're doing the training, making sure that you're involving your own employees as part of it as well, having them giving the feedback, because they're the ones that are right there in the front line on interacting with the guest on a day-to-day basis. And it'll be interesting because we notice too in the hospitality industry, we move a lot between different brands and different locations. And so they also too, as the employee, could even come up with an idea or something that they've seen work in one of their previous hotels or properties and saying, hey, you know, this is what we have done before at another property. And, you know, also too, they probably even have the connection to that technology platform. So then you can even be having that direct connection instead of spending time of researching and trying to look for something that may not even work at your property.
Absolutely, Stephanie. I mean, you made a very important 2 points for me. First one is the journey of a customer is not only through your brand or your business. Actually, the customer has had different other experiences in different other places. So you need to expect that your customers are knowledgeable enough of what's happening elsewhere. And this is why you, as a business, you need to be as well capable enough to understand what are the other features and tools and platforms and technologies that are provided in different other hotel chain or brands that your customers could expect. If someone is used to go to one place or one hotel that is providing the self check-in, for example, I need to expect that if this customer could change and come to my hotel, I need absolutely to have that self-check-in technology in my hotel, because he will be having the same expectations than his previous experiences. So that's continuity in the customer experience is important for the brand to understand. And this is what we said, that there is a shift on the consumer side. They are no longer waiting only for a luxurious room, but a luxurious room need to be accompanied with a high degree of digital features. The second point that you mentioned, and I love it, honestly, is the fact that technology are evolving. How could we keep up with this? I mean, every day there is a new technology. There is AI, there is VR, there is AR, there is devices, new devices, new platforms. How could the leadership, actually, especially the leadership of a hotel, could keep up with those evolution?
Yes, I mean, first also too, of just talking to your other colleagues in the industry, openly talk about it. Like, hey, this is what we have noticed, or what we're even struggling with. Have you noticed that? How are you overcoming it? And that's why I think also too, we do a great part of that in the hospitality industry, where we're always sharing best practices. Also too, if we happen to be feeling one sore spot, it tends to be somewhere else, and we're coming together as an industry to overcome those areas. But then also too, of going out to the conferences, familiarizing yourself, asking questions. This is something that is always evolving when it comes to the technology. So we could think, like QR codes were so 2023, or during the pandemic, and now we're seeing different ways that is being able to showcase different information around the property, or how you're looking at the restaurant menu. So getting out there, asking questions, utilizing your community.
Or attending the Digital Worthiness Summit and read the Digital Worthiness Index report. Those are probably as well some ways for any business to understand what are the trends and what are the other capability of other competition. It's an important part of our discussion. But you actually, I remember you talked in my previous discussion with you about something that is important as well, and I believe this is as well your core offer. Is how to deal with those who are against the technology. I think it's a challenge, be it both in the side of the guests or in the employee side. So, how do you think you should advise or help leadership in hotels to come up with solutions and strategies to mitigate that situation where there is some set of employees that are against the technology, or they don't love the technology for some reasons? What is your offering? What is your thought on that?
Yeah, so start focus for first off, we're on the employee side. So if we having employees that, for example, say in housekeeping, and they're getting their room assignments now on a technology device, and they may not feel comfortable utilizing it, maybe because also too of training, that they were just provided a device saying, here you go, here's how you're going to get your room assignments. And this may be the first time that they're actually working with a device. So first off is, as a leader, making sure that you are checking in with your staff, that they feel comfortable of utilizing the technology. Also too, that they are still utilizing, having those checks and balance of making sure, like a self audit really with your team, of having them provide you the feedback of what's maybe holding them up and causing them more time to completing a task because of the technology, or also to what's working very well, that, wow, this has really now helped me being able to complete a task even faster. So now I can spend more time with the guest.
Amazing. We at Worthy, we are connected to many technology providers. I mean, we have a marketplace with the technology providers and solution providers that we help our consumer and customers to be connected to. What, from your side, what are the advices, or maybe if you work with a technology provider and tell them, hey, here's the skills that the employee in a hotel need to adapt to. Make sure that your technology is actually easy for them to understand. So how you imagine yourself now advising a technology company providing those devices or those platforms to the hotel employee? What are your advices to them?
Yes, I've run into that a lot lately. Is that we have these magnificent technology, and they're so smart of what they're being able to create. However, they may not come from the hospitality industry. In our industry, we like our personal touch. We're very hands on in the industry, and so with working with technology companies, is making sure that they really are seeing from the guest point of view, from the employee's point of view, and also to of making sure of what is it of that technology, of the problem that they are solving. So then to making sure what their response is, that it is also to related to hospitality and utilizing hospitality lingo. That's really good to making sure for the technology companies. It also too, it helps them when they're going to sell to the next hotel or hospitality company, because now it's building their confidence in the industry as well.
Great. Another concept that I actually enjoyed when we had the chat, me and you, about the digital worthiness, you mentioned something that was, really unique for me, which is the notion of digital minimalism. This is something that is, I think, it's important for us to tackle it as a digital worthy company. Because people sometimes look at us as we are advocating for more digital in their life, and sometimes they see us as a negative thing. I strongly believe that it's not, because in reality, what type of technology we are making sure that the hotels or the businesses adopt are those who are impacting their experience as a consumer. Be it someone who is highly connected person or less connected person, in both cases, you will enjoy, as I mentioned, having to fill two papers with a pen and trying to find your glass and all of those hassle versus just e-sign a device. So there's no difficulty here to be digital minimalist versus a highly digital person. How do you look at that from a point of view of someone who has a huge career in the hospitality sector?
Yes, I mean that's us in hospitality, where we are that hands-on and that personalized service. So we may be seeing the guest that is taking a break from technology. Maybe on their mental health, or maybe they're just challenging themselves, where they want to be able to detach themselves from technology. But here they may be a very loyal customer to a certain brand, and that certain brand, has how their technology is right upon arrival. But now having the staff to saying, okay, I understand you want to be able to taking away from technology. We are here to serve you, and we'll be able to get you through the check-in process, from your ordering to making sure too that you're not feeling all antsy of, saying, oh, there's no way in my stay can I break away from the technology. And I think that's great with, at Worthy, is really being able to showing, hey, here's a hotel that would be very technology savvy, but then, maybe they're not technology, but that could also too be for a guest that is looking to saying that they're looking to break away. And this is great of saying that I'm having more of a personal touch, a personal interaction with the guest, where it's not so super focused on technology, or vice versa. It could be someone that loves technology. I don't want to talk to anyone. I've talked to people all day long. I want to be able to do everything through the app or the technology. And then great, now we can be able to use the Atworthy as well, of how they're distinguishing between the properties.
Absolutely. Or also from a point of view of a hotel, the resources that the used to provide an in-person check-in, for example, it could be used for other type of service, like more personalized service. I want to go away with another subject that is also dear for me, which is the walk the floor moments that you have. I mean, this is a podcast that I encourage everyone to look at. There is a lot of great moments and things that you are sharing with us. Tell us more about the WTF. I love the name, by the way. What, um, what's going on with this podcast?
Yeah, so me and my co-host Michelle Klein, she's based in Las Vegas, and me being based here in Miami, and we come from the industry, and was always just sharing our WTF moments that when we're out on the road and out at these properties, and we realized that most of them could have been prevented if the managers would be walking the floors, and it just so happens that WTF walk the floors, and you can think of what the other WTF goes in line. But we really utilize our podcast as a way to have a little fun of talking about different scenarios, but really on the training side is especially too for these emerging leaders that are coming out of school. They're starting to get into leadership roles, and it's now a tool for them to being able to say, oh, well, yes, I've seen that happen in my own department. And then we're giving now advice of how the certain scenarios can be avoided. But then we also, too, we love sharing our WTF moments to being like, did that really happen? Am I on hidden camera? It's a fun show, and we keep it short and sweet.
And can you share with us any WTF moments?
Yes. All right. So since we're talking about technology, and especially too talking a lot about check-in. So recently I was out on the road. I went to a property. They provided me with the QR code to being able to scan so I can see more of the property information. Well, this was a very high-end property. So when I scanned it, I thought it was first off that it went to a Linktree platform, which I just felt, Linktree is great for individuals, Instagrammers, but it didn't really go in line with the brand. And I think this is also to talk about when you're looking at technology and maybe the cheap factor, you're trying to get into your budget, but you got to also to look at it. Does it go in line with your brand as well? But so here I am, scan the code, go to the Linktree, and they had all the different restaurant menus. Well, the restaurant menus were PDFs. And so now when I'm downloading the PDF, the person that had uploaded it didn't lock it. So I was able to see all of the guests that had downloaded the PDF. So yes, talk about also to a security nightmare. But being in hospitality, I wanted to making sure that I told them right away. But this goes into seeing of how if you were walking the floors, putting yourself in the guest shoes, how so much of this could have been avoided, especially on the PDF and the security side of it. But yes, it definitely was a WTF moment when it comes to marketing and technology.
And definitely, this is the reason why, there is always a need for continued skills development in the hospitality sector when it comes to digital technologies, digital adoption, and all of that. So I think this is a clear closing for our discussion. There's a lot of work that need to be done from the training point of view. Thank you so much, Stephanie.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thank you a lot for these insightful perspectives. We had so much fun. Like a lot of people were commenting on this discussion. So thank you so much, Stephanie. We're so thrilled to have you here today with us. And see you next year, I guess. Goodbye.
Bye, everyone.
So thank you, Khaled. And I guess that we are still going to be with you. So now we're about to experience something that, let's say, a groundbreaking moment for Atworthy, the Digital Worthiness Index. It's going to be with you. you will reveal some interesting insights for all business owners, especially hotel owners, managers, sales managers, and so on, which is very important for these businesses to to listen and to know more about the Digital Worthiness Index. And again, I appreciate all the comments that we are receiving on our social media accounts, whether on Facebook, YouTube, and LinkedIn lives. And I encourage you more to write all your questions and all your comments. So let's go ahead and so the moment has came. So I'm personally super excited to hear more about the insights on the index from you, and I guess all the attendees are super excited as well. And I believe that this analysis is a game changer for, as I said, for the hospitality industry and tech leaders. So. Again, as we have just later on a Q&A session, I where we will dive into our attendees' questions about the index. We really appreciate your active participation. And so keep posting your questions and comments as we discuss this groundbreaking analysis. Go ahead, Khaled. The word is yours.
Thank you, Fatma. Thank you. Thank you again for those who are following this discussion and this exciting moment for us at Worthy. Obviously, the first edition of the Digital Worthiness Summit is an important event for us. It's an important moment for us. Again, this is an important moment because we are celebrating a day that is important for us, which is the Digital Worthiness Day. And we have decided since the beginning that actually enabling the word digital worthiness could be only done with you, with everyone. And the only way for us to succeed in that is to share the knowledge that we will gain from any effort we do. And the best way to do that is through this summit, this type of events that will be having more and more, I hope, during the year as well, apart from the celebration of the Digital Worthiness Day, but also sharing the knowledge that we will be able to produce through the analysis and the content that we will be creating. The first experience and the first report that we are providing today is the Digital Worthiness report. And this report is actually something that we are providing for the first time for free, as something that will be seen by everyone and consumed by everyone. So very quickly, I'm running here through the pages of the report, which is a long page of around 50 pages. Those pages and this report is actually entitled The Global Outlook of Digital First Experience in Five-Star Hotel. On purpose, we have chosen to study only the five-star hotels in the world. And this is something that we wanted to make sure that it will be the first way for us to look at the digital readiness and the digital capabilities of the five stars, because we believe that the five stars are the high-end hotel and the hospitality sector. And those are where actually the customers are expecting more and more digital integration. So we will be looking at various aspects of the digital worthiness rating. Not all of them, because there is a lot of work that needs to be done as well from the side of the hotels. We have been capable to produce this work based on an analysis of almost all the hotels in the world, over 10,000 five-star hotels worldwide. This is a big number for us. This is a big data that we have been capable to analyze, and those data has produced some good insight. I will be sharing those insights with you. I'm just trying to go through the report to explain that there's a first part of the report where actually we'll be talking about the digital worthiness itself and how it will impact your business as a five-star hotel, but also talk about the analysis and the importance of the different insights that we have found through that report. So the outlook overall is, I would say, encouraging. This outlook providing a lot of insight for opportunities for digital, for hospitality, 5-star and hospitality industry leaders to look at the gaps, I would say, that are clear for us. Those gaps need more attention, need more focus from the leadership of the hotels. And we have been capable to produce those insights through the work, as I mentioned, of the Atworthy team and the Atworthy platform, analyzing more than 10,000 hotels in the world. So this is a report that is first of a kind. We have not seen elsewhere any other entity that have produced this level of detailed look at the digital readiness of any business. We are unique in that sense, and especially that Atworthy is actually the unique creator and inventor of the digital worthiness concept that is actually the only rating system providing an insight on the digital capabilities of our brands. So make sure that you look at our website. You will find a copy that you can download of the detailed report that you can consume and share. And we will be as well sharing a lot of insight one by one in the next future on our social media. So look at our social media, and we will be glad to share with you more and more details about what are the exact moments and the exact insights. I'm happy as well to share a more detailed view on the insights. Those insights actually have been, clear for us. There is a different elements in the digital worthiness and the digital readiness that we have looked at, and those are somehow the work that we have done as a really involved team into this analysis and the way how the digital has improved or has changed completely the work in 5 stars. So we, as I mentioned, we analyzed 10,789 properties across 6 regions. The regions we have chosen the classification as per the ITU economic regions. This is a way for us to classify the hotels. And then we have worked on per category of the work. The first one is the website and the accessibility part. The website category has been really important for us. Unfortunately, the finding that we have seen is not encouraging, I would say, from a current situation point of view, but it is encouraging from there is a room for growth. There is a room of evolution and advancement for the rest of the leadership. So only 59% of the global 5-star hotel have actually embraced online presence through a website, indicating room for improvement, because there is certainly a lot of other 5-star hotels that either they don't have a website or their website is absolutely not visible at all. And our system and all the systems has been incapable to find, which means that the customers would not be able to find. So this is an important element. If you have built a website, it's not enough to just build it and keep it unseen on the web. You make sure that this website is actually visible and your customers could be able to find it. From a regional disparity point of view, we found that Europe is taking the lead. Across region, the CIS and Arab state as well are in a good shape. The only element that also has been important for us is the website update. We have noted that very, very few websites have been updated within a week. This means that there is a lot of work when it comes to updating very frequently the websites of the five-star hotels. So those elements are important for the leadership of the hotels to look at. It's important to provide a five-star website a website for your hotel, and this is an important element of your first interaction with your customers. Obviously, a customer that will not be able to see your website, it is very difficult for them to retrieve even sometimes simple information about your destination. Another element that we have seen there is a lot of room is the privacy policy adherence. We noted that only 41% of the five-star hotels website publish or make sure that they are committed to the privacy policies. And obviously, we have noted that Europe is taking the lead on that point, which is understandable because the privacy and discussion and requirement and standards in Europe is somehow much higher than in other places. We have also noted that the search feature function is only available in around 8% of the five-star hotel. The good numbers comes when it comes to online booking, with 87% of the hotels offer online booking. This is something very important, especially that it is helping some region like Africa, where we are actually seeing 91% of the hotels and five-star hotels in Africa, they have an online booking with payment practice. So this is an important element. If you are really focusing on providing a good customer relationship from the beginning, you will need to allow them to have an online booking in the beginning. The mobile application adoption is also another key insight. We unfortunately found that only 46 of the five-star hotel globally have a mobile app, with varying regional adoption rate. There is a disparity between the region. There is also a good sign of online booking on the mobile app, with almost 90% of the hotels with the mobile app offer a convenient booking functionality, which is understandable. And this is where actually it's important for the rest of the hotels that does not have a mobile app to think about this. The mobile integration within the mobile app is the payment integration with the mobile app is also a place where there is a room of advancement. We found that only 28% of the five-star hotel with the mobile app are supporting booking functionality with a payment integration. So think about your customer. If a customer would like to use his phone, which is the case of almost a big number of the online consumers today, we are on our phones. You need to provide them with the right way to book online and pay online. So a mobile app is a must. A mobile app with an online booking is an important element, and continuing the online booking through paying directly through the mobile app is also important for your customer. So this is a lot of room for improvement for the hotel five-star around the world. The key technology is important as well. We have noted that 81% of hotels with mobile app offer actually a door key technology, with regional disparity, especially the leadership in Asia and Africa and America. The offline app usage, only 24% of the hotels with the mobile app allow offline usage. And this is an important element of the mobile app, because it will allow your consumer to continue to use the app, even though sometimes they are offline. The digital business engagement is another category of what we are looking at when we analyze the digital worthiness of a property. What we have noted that for the 10,000 five-star hotel that we studied, there is only 6% of those five-star hotel that provide digital devices to customers, indicating that there is a missed opportunity here for the hotel. Because providing digital devices through the customer journey, through the different touch point, is a very important part in the customer interaction. The QR code adoption, we also have noted that only 5% of the hotels globally use QR codes, which is, we believe that this is maybe a missed opportunity. There is a lot of opportunities. There is a lot of way how a hotel could use the QR code, sometimes only to retrieve a menu, or sometimes to retrieve some documentation. You can use it in the room to facilitate interaction between the consumer and part of your business and your teams. You could also use the QR code for maybe encouraging the brands to the consumer to look at your brand social media and things like that, so they can provide some feedback on the user-generated platform. The smart TV is another element that we have looked to on this target, on this number of hotels. We have found that only 41% of the five-star hotel provide smart TV. This is again, I think, in today technology, it's an important part of interaction between the consumer and the guest and the hotel. The guest in the room is expecting to have a TV, but not only a TV. It should be smart TV. It should be not only flat screen TV, but a smart TV that have some sort of interaction and ideally connected to the internet, providing more and more maybe features, including maybe allowing consumer to broadcast their own streaming platform through their room directly, and allow them to maybe enjoy something that they used to enjoy at home. That continuity of experience is important for today consumer. I am, as a consumer, expecting to have a similar entertainment offer that I have elsewhere, because I am used to use streaming platform in the plane and the metro and the train. I should be able to as well continue to enjoy that same level of offering while I am at my hotel during my travel. So the smart TV is an important element in this offering. Obviously, connectivity is an important element. Wi-Fi has been always number one when it comes to the required features of the guest in the hotel. But unfortunately, we have seen that there is only 77% of five-star hotel globally that offer wireless internet. There's also a lot of disparity between region to another one. This is something that I think there is a lot of room to look at, and obviously from a consumer point of view, the majority of the consumers are expecting to have a Wi-Fi that is trusted, that is stable, that is good enough when it comes to the bandwidth and the speed, to allow them to enjoy what they are expecting to enjoy during their stay, be it talking to their friends and family, looking for some information online, or looking for some work maybe during their stay. They need to check some emails and send some files. This is important for them to enjoy their stay during their moments at the hotel, and this is what will help them to have a digitally enabled experience. The price of the Wi-Fi is also important from a point of view of digital worthiness. We look at the complementarity of the we look at the price and the fact that it's a free complementary Wi-Fi as something that will enable the digital worthiness. Indeed, if I am a consumer and I'm staying as a guest in your hotel, I'm not expecting to go through the hassle of choosing a plan of which Wi-Fi speed I need to go. Or do I need to pay for it? How much? Or maybe I need to pay every day. This hassle, honestly, from our point of view, at least, and from the point of view of the research we have done, this is something that the guests are expecting to find something easy. They don't need to go through the hassle of paying every day or paying or so the free internet, the free Wi-Fi is important when it comes to making sure that the experience of the guest is a seamless experience and an easy experience. Unfortunately, we found that only 49% of the five-star hotel provide the complimentary wireless internet. So there is a lot of room here to improve, for improvement, especially that in reality, I'm not sure that the price of the Wi-Fi is an important part of the revenue of the hotel if it is a five-star hotel. Usually, and I mean, in many places in the world, the price is considered as a cost already in the room. So we believe that a free Wi-Fi is an important element in the experience of the guest. The digital media and online presence is also another angle that we look at when we analyze the digital worthiness and the digital readiness of property. What we have found that from the 10,000 five-star hotel, there is only 46% of the five-star hotel with more than 6 social media accounts. With some regional variation. Why 6? Because we believe that there is a number of 6, I would say, major social media platform where actually there is a lot of interaction between your brand and some part of the communities that will be interacting with your brand, and it's important that you have a presence on those social media by ensuring that you are, capable to invest in those 6 social media platforms. You are actually providing a way for your consumers to interact with you and to maybe search for your property before the stay, or interact with you during the stay, or interact with you even after the stay. Many of us has that moment of after or during being in a hotel to share a selfie on a pool in a hotel, and then tag that hotel on Instagram, and then try to, explain to the world and share to your friends and families that moment of joy that you had within that hotel. If you are investing in digital and social media presence, it's important for you to be capable to interact with those customers who will be looking at you on those different social media platforms. The digital HR solution adoption is also another element that we found interesting. There is a very low interaction as well. We believe that, as we just explained it with Stephanie, that it's important to look at the HR and the human resources that are providing those skills in the hotel. As a conclusion, I think from a customer perspective, there's a high adoption rate of smart TV and complementary Wi-Fi hotel that demonstrate that industry commitment to providing connected guest experience. The smart technology part is also something that correlate with a higher hotel digital presence, but it's not really at the level that we are expecting. There is a lot of room to improvement. And it's also important to show the digital worthiness as a competitive edge for the hotel. We believe that the best way for you to be competitive and to show your differentiation to your customer is through this digital worthiness. So looking forward to more about the Digital Worthiness Index, and I encourage you to look at our website at worthy.com, where you can find more and more about the Digital Worthiness Report.
Thank you, Khalid. Thank you. This index was truly a milestone. The information that you have mentioned were really interesting, and some of them I actually have one question for you, which is now that you have mentioned that over 46% of five stars hotels manage over 6 social media accounts, which is something that is really needed nowadays for the social medias. Like people customer journey is referring especially to the social media to have the information that he needs. So with diverse engagement strategies across different regions, how does this level of social media presence impact the hospitality industry in terms of customer engagement and brand visibility?
Well, certainly from a brand visibility, it's an important part for the hotel to make sure that their brand are being seen by their guest or their future guest. But the most important part for us is the capacity for the consumer and the guest to interact with the brand before the experience itself. In many cases, we have seen that actually the consumers make their decisions, make their choices based on what they have seen as a social proof from their friends or their followers and all of that. So they will look at different platforms. Sometimes it's Instagram, sometimes it's Facebook, sometimes it's YouTube to see some videos of the experiences that the others are sharing. So if you as a brand is not capable to follow up with this interaction and with this channel of communication with your future guest, you will losing a lot of insight, you will losing a lot of capacity to provide them with a better experience, to find you, to make decisions, and to make the decisions to come and stay at your property. So it's an important part of my decision as a consumer, and the fact that I am sometimes looking at 2 or 3 or 4 social media at the same times. If I don't see you, if I don't find a way to interact with you, sometimes even to ask a question, and you don't interact with me, you are actually making harder for me to do business with you.
That's true. Yeah. So basically, we do encourage the business owners, the business managers, like hospitality industry, whether they, or even the clothing shops and every entity. So we do recommend that they use the social media accounts, that they do interact with their customers in order to enhance the customer satisfaction, with which is very needed nowadays, like you said.
Absolutely. And I mean, again, the social media is important throughout that journey, before the experience, during the experience, and after the experience. Sometimes a lot of interaction that will happen between me as a consumer and the brand, it will happen after the experience. After I will leave the hotel, I will, arrive at home, and I will see the pictures that I made, and then I will maybe try to share those moments with my community and my family, and then I will tag or interact with that hotel. If that hotel is not capable to see that type of feedback, that type of interaction, and maybe even build on it by thanking the guest, maybe by reposting, maybe by create some sort of interaction with them and their communities, this is a missed opportunity for them.
Yeah, it's like making him feel like he was at home and that that thing belongs to him and that he's now part of that hotel, he part of that family, you know. So yeah, it's good. Thank you so much, Khalid. We will certainly talk a little bit more about some questions later on during the Q&A session. And I guess now it is time to move to our next session, but this time with Patrick Spalding Ryan, in which he will navigate the future of digital innovation and AI business and society. So, everyone, join me in welcoming Patrick Spalding Ryan, a distinguished figure in the startup investment and advisory landscape with a notable background at companies like Google and ByteDance. So, this session is a deep dive into digital innovation and its broad impact. So, we encourage you all to be interactive, to share your comments, to share your questions in the comments down below as we explore these exciting topics. Hello, Patrick, again, and welcome to the Digital Worthiness Summit and happy Digital Worthiness Day.
Thank you. You're the first to wish me a happy Digital Worthiness Day, and I'm going to pass that along for sure. Thank you.
Yeah. So, thank you again for joining us today, and I will let you and Khalid have a kind of exciting discussion.
Thank you, Fatma.
Hey, Patrick, how are you? And thank you for being with us today. We're so glad to have you. And I will be the second person to wish you a happy Digital Worthiness Day.
Thank you. Right back at you.
Excellent. So, Patrick, I mean, this is an exciting journey for us. And I think from what we have been discussing, you and me, through our experience and through our different discussion, there's so much to say about the digital worthiness.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I'm really excited to be here, Khalid. Thank you for the invitation. I'll just introduce myself briefly because I have some biases here. One of the main biases that I'm a investor, advisor in Atworthy, and so I'm very, very vested in the your success and the success of this idea. But it's also consistent with the kind of thing I'm doing in my life. I'm a visiting scholar at Berkeley Law, where I'm looking at academically how AI is going to be really changing the landscape, in particular for lawyers. And I want to talk about that as an example. But I'm also an investor and advisor in a lot of companies. I've invested more than 300 different companies through SPV levels, and then about 30 companies where I have a much closer direct investment relationship, like I do with Atworthy. And my future is thinking is very vested in thinking a lot about the future of AI and making sure that I make the right bets on it. And so I'm excited to talk about it. I think that what I thought might be useful to kind of set the stage is to kind of talk about how some of the ways that artificial intelligence is changing. I mean, there's obvious ways that we're all using it, through ChatGPT and our own interactions, but in particular, I think it's going to really dramatically change a lot of our professions and a lot of the ways that we interact. It's going to affect also the types of things that we have as customer experiences in hotels and in these other places. But let me talk about the experience of AI with lawyers and lawyering, because it's an area that I'm focused on. I'm a licensed attorney, and I believe that AI is going to dramatically change how we license and how we train and how we use attorneys in the future. In the United States, it's almost a joke how many lawyers there are. In fact, lawyers are the butt of many jokes because there are so many of them. There's 1.3 million lawyers here in the United States. And in the United States in particular, this is even unique among the legal profession. We license lawyers by state. And so there's 50 different regimes for lawyers. And if you want to practice law, there is no national practice of law. You have to be licensed in the state to provide legal services. And obviously there's exceptions where people are providing legal services across state lines all the time, but the principle still applies. If you want to walk into a courtroom, you have to be licensed. If you're not, you can get into serious trouble. And you get in trouble for the unauthorized practice of law. And you also get in trouble because if you are a if you're providing legal advice, for example, as a firm that is not a law firm but an artificial intelligence firm, and you're not a lawyer, well, the rules of lawyering prohibit that, prohibit non-lawyers from fees. So there's a number of very old school restrictions in this market that AI is just completely going to change. And it makes sense to change it too. I mean, as an investor myself in early stage startup companies, I don't want companies spending money on lawyers, especially when a lot of these questions can be answered, off the cuff by ChatGPT. ChatGPT just out of the box could pass the bar, right? It could pass all 50 bars just out of the box, and no lawyer can pass all 50 bars out of the box. As a lawyer, when you go to study for the bar, you have to prepare for each particular state bar and study for it. And even the very best would need to take some time to study each of the bars in order to be able to have a chance at passing it. And so you're already dealing with a level of baseline competence with a system, with an AI system that is frankly better than the average lawyer. There's a lot of problems with hallucination. It'll make up cases. It'll AI will go off on its own like it tends to do, but that problem will be solved in the future. You already have something that on its own can be very helpful. And the way that companies and lawyers are using AI is, I think, really, really interesting. So first of all, it's kind of obvious how it helps companies and how it helps individuals, because it's the first stop. It's your first set of questions. People are asking now ChatGPT what to do, or whether they have a legal case before they call their lawyer. And that's a lot more effective than spending money and engaging a lawyer before you do that. Everybody says, and there's this old adage that if you walk into a hairstylist and you ask him if you need a haircut, 9 out of 10, he's going to say, yes, of course you need a haircut. It's the same with lawyers. You walk in to talk to the lawyer about something, well, they're going to give you legal services. And how many times have we seen this disclaimer that you need to talk to an attorney, that you need more legal services? It's constantly this effort of selling more legal services. We just can't get away from it. But an AI bot doesn't sell legal services. It just produces information. And, it may want to refer you to an attorney, and sure, there's a need for that for consumer, protection and for a lot of those things. But, the entire nature of the relationship is changing. So it's changing the way consumers and businesses in particular are using AI, because we're able to answer a lot of the questions that we normally would be able to. And it's helping businesses as well, particularly startups, become much more effective. It's kind of like the thing that we would do at when we worked at Google. The way that we worked with attorneys was and at least in my work, I would design products and work on programs that were highly regulated in nature. And even though I'm a lawyer by training, at Google, I wasn't practicing as a lawyer there, but I was the product designer. And I was able to, design these products. And then when I went to the attorneys, it was a matter of reviewing the risks, reviewing the challenges, and asking for kind of a risk analysis so that the company would know kind of what to face and, kind of how to look at things in the future. But at Google, we didn't use attorneys for actually designing anything. Thank God. We used them for review. And that's what this AI world is doing. It's helping founders all across the world do all of the preliminary design work and a lot of the work themselves, and then use attorneys only when sort of necessary. It's also helping lawyers quite a bit. It's lawyers are the first to use it because it makes you so much smarter. You can help for drafting. You have to obviously check the sites and make sure that things are accurate, but it's an incredible efficiency machine for that. And there have been studies that show that lawyers that use in the case of ChatGPT, that use it regularly, have much better quality product. They're able to produce it much faster. And here's some rules that are coming into place that are really changing the industry that are really interesting and worth observing. And we're going to see things like this in lots of different parts of industry, but in the legal industry in particular, there's a couple things that are interesting. So in the case of California, there's ethical rules now that have been passed that require disclosure of how you use AI as a lawyer, that you do use AI. And there's also a promise that you have to make. It's an ethical promise that you're not going to be charging for those services. In other words, if you use AI to produce something that would normally have taken a half an hour to produce and takes a minute, you can't bill as if it were a half an hour. You can produce better work if you take time and make it an awesome half-an-hour experience, but you need to be very careful about how you bill. But this is going to have very practical impact on the industry that's going to completely change it. And I'm going to get to that in a minute. Another thing that's really, really very, very interesting, and I have to say it's kind of scary, because remember, we're talking about an industry here in the United States has found a way to license, in 50 different ways, every single lawyer in the United States in multiple ways. Well, the state of North Carolina has just passed a law that requires that any software company that provides AI guided service or any sort of automated legal representation itself, the software company has to register with the bar. It's unclear to me, or it's unclear to anybody, kind of what that role is going to be. The software is not going to be licensed as an attorney, but this is a first step in regulating software companies, and it's scary because it's something that it's going to be very complicated if you have 50 different states requiring some registration and regulation of software companies. This is something that we have not seen here in the United States. It's something that's very common in China, for example. All AI companies have to register with the government. There's not a whole comprehensive set of what you have to do even as an AI company in China, but you all have to register, and that creates an opening for a lot of very direct regulation that the Chinese government is going to effectively have, and regardless of whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, it's going to create a very different model than here, where I don't see us registering AI companies federally, but if we have this on 50 different states, it could be much more complicated. And then the third thing that's changing is in Arizona and Utah, there have been new laws passed that allow non-lawyers to collect fees, not for providing legal services, but as part of a group that's providing legal services. And this is a big difference, because a lot of the new tech delivered form of legal is a combination of lawyers and tech, maybe managed by an MBA, or by in the future. The AI companies are going to be more engineers than lawyers, and so these changes in Arizona and in Utah are going to enable those types of business models to proceed. Whereas right now, you actually have to be a lawyer in order to form a law firm, in order to earn money from fees. So these things are really changing, I think, the landscape, and I want to kind of lay out a few. Just a few kind of aspects of it, and then I'd love to kind of chat with you about it. One is one of the big changes I think that's going to affect, and this is, so all of these things I think in some levels are going to affect not just law, but all kinds of industries, and that's the fractionalization movement. Everybody's going to be fractionalizing, right? And so my business model, my personal business model is as a fractional general counsel. I work, as a fractional general counsel for many companies, just for equity only, sometimes on a flat rate. But my business model depends on having multiple clients. I like that because the clients that I'm working for are all companies that I've invested in. I don't want them spending money on a bunch of house lawyers, and I want to keep their costs down and to provide advice in a very long-term way. And so that's I'm very committed to that personally in a lot of different ways. But it's also a trend that we're seeing everywhere. You're doing it yourself, Khaled, in many ways with the way that you set up your advisory team here. You're going to be talking to Danny Seberg, for example, who is in many ways a fractional marketing, which is it's a non-licensed way, but it's the kind of thing that you're seeing a lot of, because if you see what's happening with the marketing and the image presentation, there's so many tools available for founders and for everybody to use that. Yet the actual strategies and those kinds of things are really, still, there's a lot of secret sauce to experts like Daniel. So somebody like Daniel can himself have his own startup and have his own business going, as I do and as others do, while providing high-level services to you. And everybody's kind of augmenting their own services with AI in this fractionalized way. Fractional CFOs are another way. There's a company called mypocketcfo.com that provides a fractionalized CFO model for $200 a month. It can handle all of your accounting, and you get a half hour of access every month to a licensed professional if you need it. So I see fractionalization continuing for a while. I think a lot of lawyers are going to fractionalize. A lot of these professions are going to fractionalize, because if you don't, it's going to be harder to find that one client, that one job that fills fills everything you do. So fractionalization is, I think, a good thing, because it's going to create a lot of empowerment. You can have multiple lawyers if you want it. small as a purchaser, small amounts, and you're going to get better service. But there's going to be a lot of displacement. I mean, there's no question. This is, AI is taking jobs. I'm not here to tell you that it's going to be a good thing or a bad thing or make an overall prediction. But as an investor myself in companies, I want to make sure that companies I invest in are being efficient. And I know myself, I have a company, I want to give an example of it in a minute. I have my own company that's, unrelated on the surface to AI called Mascara Club. We sell mascara subscriptions. But as a co-founder in this company, I have investors that are very interested in the mascara product and want the idea, because we're building this Dollar Shave Club of mascara, which is something that could scale. Dollar Shave Club scaled very quickly. Well, in order to effectively do this, I have to really think about, as a founder, how to do this the most efficient way. And I'm in an early stage, and do I do that by hiring people, or are we at a point right now where I could actually not hire a lot of these places, a lot of these spots at the beginning that would otherwise be, filled by humans for customer service, and replace it by AI. And that's exactly what we're doing. And so we're designing an AI personality. Her name is Ellie Lennox. I'll put a chat button here because we have a LinkedIn profile for Ellie that we're trying to get people to meet her. So I don't know if I can put this maybe I can put it I think I just put it in the YouTube link. But anyhow, that's for Ellie Lennox is our AI generated personality. Right now, Ellie is a part human, part AI. But our goal is to train up Ellie to be able to handle all of the customer service issues for mascara customers in a couple of different ways. And I think this is also the reason I want to walk through this as an example is it's not to promote my company, because we don't actually have it yet, but I think it's a strategy that is one that I've been thinking a lot about. And I also believe that because I'm in the consumer business, and a lot of our sort of targets here and for Atworthy are also very consumer focused, with hotels and whatnot. I think it's going to be very similar. So I think there's some good examples in here. We're looking to accomplish a better customer service experience for customers in a way that's inexpensive and scalable. And so a couple of different ways that can do that, are to use, well, first of all, hotels are going to be doing this the same way as we are, and others. They're not going to be developing their own AI systems. They're going to be implementing systems by others. And there's two things that happen. There's going to be a few that are on the back end. They're developing these LLMs like the ChatGPTs of the world, right? And then on top of it, you've got startups that are developing an interface that's going to be a prompt engineering and application-specific interface. So one of them is, and this is a really exciting one I'm going to drop in the chat, it's a company called Bland AI. They have on there, I'm dropping this in the chat on YouTube. They have a voice activated AI system. If you just look at the web page, they have a sample and you can call it for free and interact with it. It's the future of AI. I mean, this is the way people are going to be calling and making hotel reservations, the way they're going to be canceling, the way they're going to be negotiating them. And it's a totally different experience than what we've experienced with our regular prompt bots, where you call and you kind of get into you have to say only one of 5 different things in order to get routed. That's really just an alternative Boolean system, but these are the future that's going to change it. That combined with things like, and I'm going to give one other example here, a company called Xhuman. There's a lot of them out here, but this is just one I'm familiar with. That's doing chat agents as a service. They're doing digital humans as a service, so you can develop and program your human. And I'm just excited about the ability to have customers, call in, make their orders, make their cancellations, and the same for email, where they can make their request by email. It's mostly what we get is people that want to exchange or delay or do something with their subscription, and all of those things can be plugged right in by AI. So this is going to be the future. I think it's going to also affect the way hotels are. And when we think about digital worthiness for hotels and those types of things, it's going to fit in not just to the way hotels are thinking about it, but also these systems themselves. And so, Bland AI is going to be used by a lot of different companies. And that's going to tell us a lot about how they use customer service in a way, because we're going to have to start, I think, looking at these different systems and how they're implemented. And that's going to imply certain areas of digital worthiness into other aspects of the business. But I'm very excited about how even though it's hard to tell what the future will look like in terms of how these will fractionalize and how they will look in the future. I'm personally very excited about how AI has been augmenting my work and helping it work.
I'm so excited, Patrick, because you brought us to a level of innovation that is somehow very high, very advanced, which is, I think, important for us to take a moment to look at it from a digital worthiness point of view. I think it's important for any brand and any business today to understand that technology is moving so fast, and by evolving, technology will for sure provide capability for them to produce a better and seamless experiences for their customers. By adopting actually AI agent, as you mentioned it, in a hotel, they are technically providing a much better experience to their customers to get an easy interaction, quick interaction. Chatted me and you about the notion of machine consumer, where actually tomorrow you will have your AI assistant make the decision on your behalf to book your room, to book your trip, and organize or your trip to Europe, for example. If you have a 5-day trip to Europe for a business, you actually will no longer be the person who will do the search, the decision on which hotel you would choose, which airline you would choose, which restaurant you will book your business dinner with your partner. Actually, your AI agent will be looking at that, and that AI agent actually will be an extension of your capacity, of your business capacity to conduct business. But the most important part that we need to highlight here is that actually your AI assistant would not use the same ways that a human intelligence could use, which is looking at the web pages or mobile apps. But the interaction between the AI assistant and your system go sometimes even deeper when it comes to the interaction, because databases would be able to connect directly through APIs, and those AI systems would be capable to really talk directly to your reservation and booking system without going even on the layer of the web layer or mobile layer. So there's a lot of things happening here, and we believe that those are the technologies that every business should look at with one focus and one mindset, which is how I can leverage technology and digital to improve my customer experience. And this is what we have been explaining within the digital worthiness concept, is that the only mindset that you have to have as a business, as a brand, is that today I have produced a good quality product like the Mascara Club. I'm sure the mascara itself as a product will be a good product, but you are achieving your goal by serving your customers through the technology and through digital. And this is your digital worthiness.
That's right. And so let me highlight something here, because there's going to be an interesting policy debate that I hope you and I will be able to have a lot of discussions around in the future, but I hope it also becomes part of our ability to rate systems. This is something that's really inspired by Richard Witt, the lead investor in the WeFunder campaign. He's really, an active thinker right now on AI, and how, not just how AI is, but how AI should be. And he makes an interesting case for the robot rights, the rights of robots, right? Now, why would a robot need to have rights? Because, two reasons. One, as a consumer, those things that you discussed, Khaled, are going to be very real. We're going to have our ability as to have our own agents to negotiate on our behalf electronically for us. That doesn't really happen, but there's a fantastic example of this in the hotel world. When you think about Priceline, right? Priceline with William Shatner, right? And his, we negotiate, it's just, he just has this fantastic, hammering about him negotiating and, twisting we negotiate with the hotel so you don't have to, right? He's our AI bot. That's how they're selling it in a sense. I mean, William Shatner's not negotiating anything, but, Priceline is, and they're doing it. I mean, I know this from, our experience in working at Google. I mean, we saw it, how they do this is, by figuring out, what the lowest price is that they can negotiate, and going straight to the hotels and negotiating on their behalf. They're using maybe humans to do that, but it's AI that's driving the negotiation. And in the future, it's going to be much more AI driven. But there is no counter. The problem is consumers, there's no tool yet for consumers to be able to do that on a scale. But the bigger problem, frankly, and this is the area that I kind of want to highlight, that I think is going to be an area for us to help solicit change in the industry, is that it's not quite legal in many different ways, because the terms of service of these hotels and of all of the, it's just the industry, general consumer industry overall, they want to interact with humans, not bots. And so they prohibit, these interactions with bots. And so it's a stop for the ability for a lot of these agents that would work on our behalf to be our own William Shatner as consumers, right? I mean, I want my own, William Shatner negotiating on my behalf, right, for hotels, and to be efficient in that way. And that's not really available yet. The products aren't available yet, so it's hard to be super critical. But I think that's something to keep in mind because, as an industry that enables, consumers to appreciate what's going on with the product, we also want to be able to enable consumers to bring their own technology to these, to their negotiations and to their presence.
Well, indeed, I think we have seen as well in our digital worthiness report that there is a lot of room for improvement. So if we are talking already about an advanced technology like AI agent and AI changing and completely shifting the capacity of the hotels, we believe that there is a room for those hotels already to move on to what is expected from them to provide today. I mean, it's unfortunate that we have a very limited number of hotels that have mobile apps, for example. If you don't have yet a mobile app in 2024, I believe that you should do such as soon as possible, because the technology coming up is much more advanced than a simple mobile app. So we look forward to a better digital worthiness state and numbers in the next report. We have Fatma, who is joining us very soon for some questions from the public. But before, I wanted to go back to your point, which is, I believe, an important one, which is the right of the AI agent. But what's about the responsibility of those technologies provider and platforms when it comes to ensuring that there is a good interaction between the consumer and the brands?
Yeah, this is, I think, crucial. And this is, Richard has a lot to say about this. He believes that this is an opportunity really for us to develop personal AI in a way that, we can have an AI agent really truly work on our behalf. The problem, right, is that it's really hard to make that profitable, right? If you're going to have personal AI, it's going to be working for you. You're not going to be selling your data. How is it going to make money is just an open question on that front. And how is it truly going to protect your data and keep it private and know you and know what you like and know that, Khaled, you always want to have the super fluffy 3-down pillows and every single thing. That's your secret, but to always have that kind of information to be able to negotiate on your behalf. There's a lot of responsibilities that are inherent to those tools that are going to be very difficult to protect, in this world of corporate centralization. So I think it's an open question, frankly, as to how that's going to work on the front end. And there's going to be companies providing these services, startups that are doing it, that are going to be, come out with, sort of audacious goals to represent individuals. But it's going to be a real question in the future as to whether they truly do represent individuals or whether they're representing some other interest. And I think that's an open question, frankly, that I'm very interested in thinking through.
And indeed, and also let us be more clear. We are talking about one technology, but there is actually a lot of emerging technologies that are coming up. I mean, AI is one of them. I mean, maybe metaverse is another one. All the AR and XR experiences that every single device is coming up would provide a guest to experience within a hotel journey, a hotel stay. Those are, I mean, very advanced ones. How do you look at those from a perspective of digital worthiness? I mean, do you think that there is a room for every business, that be it a startup or established brand and established chain, to invest in more in that?
Yeah, the problem that businesses have, I mean, this is just the problem that every business has. You don't really, get the feedback. You don't really know what to invest in. You don't really know how, because it's not your focus and not your, your focus is not technology. If you're in a hotel, yet you obviously going to depend on it, but it's hard to get that feedback. But this is why I'm excited about the digital worthiness, scaling system. Is that, it's in many ways. I mean, the work that you and I have worked in standards in different ways. You've been much more involved in the organizations that establish actual technical standards, and I've looked at it from an academic standpoint. And from an academic standpoint, what I love is that the types of standards that are very concrete technical standards that you get at the IETF and the IEEE, those are fantastic. They have a place, but they don't measure customer sentiment about those tools. And that's what we're bringing in as a way to measure, and quantify, whether there's good Wi-Fi, whether there's effective Wi-Fi, whether there's free Wi-Fi, and whether it, provides, additional value-added services. I think having this subjective additional standard here is going to be crucial to enable that conversation.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Patrick. And thank you, Khaled. You both had a very retrieving discussion. I'm sorry, unfortunately, I cannot ask. I had some questions, but I cannot ask them now because we're out of time. But I will. That will be something like these questions will be included later on during the Q&A questions. So thanks a lot, Patrick. I guess see you next year.
Thank you. All righty. Bye-bye.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. So up next, we have a keynote that all of you and us also have been waiting for, the keynote of one of the fathers of the internet, Vint Cerf, on how the online is crucial to improve the offline. And as you know, Vint Cerf is renowned, as I said, as one of the fathers of the internet, co-creating the TCP/IP protocols and the internet architecture. So he also obtained his BS in mathematics from Stanford and his MS and PhD in computer science from the UCLA, where he helped develop internet communication protocols. Certainly, Vint Cerf played a pivotal role at Google, ICANN, and a lot of other companies and worldwide companies contributing significantly to digital communication advancements. So in his session, Vint Cerf will certainly bridge the gap between our digital and physical worlds.
Well, good morning. It's Vint. Lovely to see you.
Good morning. Hello. I hope you are doing well today, and I want to wish you a happy Digital Worthiness Day.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that, and certainly the opportunity to engage today. The topic is of real interest to me. And of course, I have huge respect for what Khaled has done in creating this digital worthiness concept.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for joining us today. We are so honored to have you among us celebrating the Digital Worthiness Day, as I said. Thanks again. I will let you and Khaled discuss the interesting topic that I have just mentioned, which is how the online, is crucial to improve the offline. Significant impact, surely positive, of the online to the offline. So. But before that, I just want to give a reminder to all the attendees who are watching us today, whether on Facebook, LinkedIn, or YouTube, to share their thoughts, to share their comments, to share their questions on the comments section. So thanks a lot, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Fatma. And Vint, I'm so happy to see you again. I'm so happy to have you here with us in this first Digital Worthiness Summit. This is an amazing moment for us. This is actually an honor. You know how much I personally am always happy to see you and talk to you. For the record, I have been seeing you, working with you, and interacting with you since 2007. It has been a huge honor for me to be a follower, a student, a son, a friend, a colleague. of an eminent person like you. So there is no way for us, as myself as a person, all of us as internet users, to thank you enough for what you have done. Actually, Fatma has introduced a very, very, very small part of your very long list of achievement. No
Well,
one would be able to go through those lists.
no.
And
You don't want to do that. And people can Google Vint Cerf and they can read all that stuff. I'm much more interested in having our conversation.
absolutely, absolutely. So welcome again to this discussion about the digital worthiness. But first of all, let us talk about something that is very important for us all, the genesis of the internet. And in those early days of the internet, I know you always talked about it. You shared with us the moment where, with Bob Kahn, you conceptualized the TCP/IP. But from your primary focus on creating this technology, what was exactly the vision, the broader impact that you thought will have on the society and the consumer experience?
Well, first of all, you will recall that this was a Defense Department project. The success of its predecessor, the ARPANET, is what led us to develop the internet. The ARPANET project was motivated by the need to connect a number of research institutions, mostly universities and some private sector research groups, who were pursuing artificial intelligence, believe it or not, in the late 1960s and early 1970s. And the research program depended, of course, very heavily on computers. And what the Defense Department, specifically the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, wanted to do is to accelerate the pace at which the research was accomplished. So they said, we wanted to build a network to connect the computers of the universities and research institutions together so that they could share their software, share their computing power, and to accelerate the exploration of AI, such as it was way back in the early 1970s. So that project, the ARPANET project, was extremely successful. And the next thing that we considered was whether we could use the same kind of computing power for command and control and to accelerate our ability to manage our resources better. So in order for that to work, though, the computers would end up having to be in mobile vehicles, ships at sea, and in airplanes. And as you will recall, the computers are getting smaller and smaller over time. Today, of course, they fit in our pockets and in our watches. But back then, something that was the size of a refrigerator or half the size of the refrigerator could be imagined in a mobile vehicle or an aircraft or a ship. So in order for that to work, we needed to have satellite-based communication for ship-to-ship communication or ship-to-shore. And we needed mobile radio communication for mobile vehicles on land. In addition to the wireline network, which is what we built the ARPANET out of. So the question that Bob Kahn raised in the early 1970s was, how do you build networks of computers that use these different technologies, but make the whole thing look like it's uniform? That was the internet problem. And we solved that problem with the design of TCP in the fall of 1973, and then began detailed designs in 1974 and began implementation in 1975. And we very quickly discovered that the design that we had done in detail in 1974 had mistakes, and the system didn't work the way we expected it to. And so we went through 4 iterations of implementation and test and redesign until about 1978 or so, when we were able to stabilize the design, stabilize the implementations. And at that point in 1978, I was now here in the Washington, D.C. area working at the Advanced Research Projects Agency, managing the internet program. And I wanted very much to figure out and demonstrate that this was achievable. So we froze the protocols in 1978 or so, and then started implementing on every operating system we could get our hands on Thankfully, IBM, Digital Equipment Corporation, and Hewlett-Packard also agreed to implement the TCP/IP protocols. By that time, we'd split the IP part off from TCP, so we could do real-time communication, packet voice, packet video, and the like, in addition to the more conventional email, which was invented way back in 1971, as you will remember. So during that period from 1978 to about 1982, we worked on getting implementations done on different operating systems. And then we announced at the beginning of 82 that by the end of 82, beginning of 83, everyone needed to shift over who was on any of those packet satellite, packet radio, or ARPANET had to shift to the TCP/IP protocols. So that was our flag day, January 1, 1983. Not everybody made it, but most did. And by June or so, everyone was running the new internet protocols. So the birth of the operational internet comes in January of 83. By the middle of the 1980s, 86 or so, 3 additional government-backed pieces of internet were built: the National Science Foundation network, that's NSFNet, the NASA Science Internet, and the, what am I missing? ARPANET, NSFNet, NASA's Internet. Oh, the Department of Energy, ESNet, was also created. These are 3 big backbone networks linking the NASA labs and the DOE labs together. They were all interconnected. So there were 4 backbone networks running in the mid to late 1980s. And by 1989, commercial services emerged that made the internet accessible to the private sector. By 1991, the end of 1991, Tim Berners-Lee releases the World Wide Web. That becomes commercially available around 1994 with Netscape Communications, whose stock goes public in 1995, creating the dot boom. Everybody is throwing money at anything that looks like it looked like the internet. And then there's the dot bust in April of 2000. But the internet kept growing. It was already clear that this sort of growing global communications capability was a very valuable platform, on top of which we could run the World Wide Web. On top of that, many, many different kinds of applications. So by the time we get into the, I would say the mid 2000s, we're starting to see things like the social media showing up. And that, of course, has had a big impact on our society. So today, in a sense, your organization has inherited all of that history, and it is now trying to help us cope with the societal side effects, social and economic side effects of these technologies, particularly after 2007, when the iPhone became available, which meant that you could get access to the internet resources no matter where you were, as long as you could get a radio link. And as everyone knows, there are millions of applications that run on these mobiles. Some of them are very influential in our daily lives. In fact, we're so dependent on our mobiles that when they don't work, there are all kinds of problems that we have to cope with. But the most important problems that I see that you care so much about are keeping people safe, secure, protecting their privacy in this online environment. We have a lot of work to do to get corporations and individuals to recognize the responsibility we have to make a safer and more secure internet.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for this great introduction, Vint. The safety of the users and the consumers is an important part of what is the digital worthiness concept about. And indeed, we ask a lot of questions, and we have a lot of part of our assessment that are related to the safety and security. Before going to that part of questions about the maybe inclusivity as well and disability, I would maybe pick your thought about how in those days, those old days, you were looking at the internet and the network that you were building, but from a perspective of the beneficiary, of the user of this technology. And I have in mind something that is now current within the government, maybe space, where we are talking about digital first experience for the public. How could Vint Cerf and Bob Kahn in the 70s and the 80s were looking at their technology from a perspective of the person in DoD or the researchers and any scientific community could use that technology and benefit and build on that more worthiness?
Well, first of all, it was very clear that from our ARPANET experience that the researchers were benefiting from having access to each other's work, their computing power, their software, their programs, and their ideas. Tim Berners-Lee, when he was doing the World Wide Web at CERN, wanted physicists to be able to share the results of their work to accelerate the pace of understanding physics. And so my mindset for most of the period of the internet's evolution has always been on the positive benefits of sharing and discovering information, the ability to use each other's resources to make things, to do our both research and development work more effectively. So I was always focused on the positive and productive aspects of the internet. Frankly, I was taken by surprise by some of the harmful behaviors that we have seen growing up around social media, for example, and an increased proclivity for people to spread misinformation and disinformation deliberately for whatever motivations they had. And I can assure you that that wasn't in our minds when we were doing the original work. But now that it has penetrated so substantial a fraction of our world, we see that these harmful things can also happen. It's not too surprising because when you have powerful enabling tools, they enable all kinds of good and bad behavior. It's not the first time that this has happened to us. A hammer can hammer a nail and it can hammer a head, and it's the person wielding the hammer that decides which way it's going to be used. And that's why your work is so important, because we want to persuade people to use these technologies for constructive and productive purposes and not for harmful ones. But we know that there are some people who are still going to be motivated to use these technologies for their own benefit and not the benefit of others. And that's our challenge, is to figure out how to diminish that kind of abuse while at the same time enhancing our ability to use these capabilities in a productive way.
Absolutely. And for the benefit of the users, it's also important that we look at the users from an inclusive way. And this is why I would like to hear your thoughts about something that is dear for you and dear for me, which is the persons with disability, and how we can ensure that we actually, if we are creating technology or using technology in our businesses, we make sure that we use them, including those people with different type of disabilities. How you look at that from your perspective as a technologist pioneer?
So first of all, I have a very specific perspective. I wear hearing aids and I've worn them for 60, 70 years now. And I'd be not very functional without them. So I'm a huge fan of batteries, because without them, the hearing aids don't work. I have great empathy for people who have physical disabilities that interfere with their ability to use online resources or laptops and desktops and so on. So first of all, I believe that computing is probably the most flexible, powerful technology ever invented that could, in fact, enable people to use these kinds of resources more easily. It's just that not everyone knows how to do that. And so the designers of the software that you and I use may not have as much intuition for how to design a usable interface for someone with a disability. So we need to work much harder now on helping people who design software for software applications to gain better intuition for the design of usable interfaces. So as an example, right this moment, we're running an online video conferencing system, but I also have a little window which is automatically generating captions for everything that you say and I say. And that's a property of the application that we're using right now. And it also happens to be I'm running on a Chrome browser on a Macintosh, And it has a built-in mechanism that Google has put together that automatically captions any voice stream that the browser is detecting. And that's an automatic thing that you can configure for. It's a good example of a general purpose technology that's super beneficial for people like me who can't hear. Imagine that you have trouble seeing. If you're blind, you can't look at a web page. So you need help. You need what's called a screen reader that will allow you to experience the web page audibly as opposed to visually. Well, figuring out how to design a web page that is going to work well with a screen reader is a non-trivial exercise, and most user interface designers of web pages don't have experience and intuition in knowing how to do that to make the web page work well with the screen reader. So what I have been promoting wherever I can, and thank you for the opportunity to do it here, is to say we need catalogs of examples of things that work well for people with disabilities. Example, suppose you're colorblind. If someone is showing you things on the screen and differentiating those things with color, like red and green, blue and black and so on, if you can't distinguish between those colors, the information that's being conveyed is useless to you. So if a good designer still wants to use color differentiation, that same designer should be saying, okay, what would this look like in black and white? And can I use texture and other kinds of shape or something else to distinguish the things that would otherwise be distinguished by color? So all the red dots could turn into red octagons, and all the blue dots could turn into blue squares, and the yellow dots could turn into little yellow triangles. So even if I can only see the shape, I'm still getting the differentiated information that was intended to be conveyed to me by color. Now I'm getting that same information by shape. We need those kinds of intuitions in order to design and build software that can be used by people with disabilities. Similar arguments go for people who have either low vision, in which case they need magnification, or maybe they have motor problems. If you can't use your hands, for example, can you use your eyes? Can you use a pointer that is controlled by your head? Those are all design features that should be available to people who need them, but not everyone who makes software knows how to do that. So anything you can do at Worthy that encourages and actually helps teach people to design and build things for people with disabilities would be hugely helpful.
Well, absolutely. I mean, we are always eager to make sure that our customers and those who are implementing the digital worthiness concept understand that accessibility is a key part of that digital worthiness, because we are advocating for the digital use for every one of your customers. If you are providing a website, it should be provided to everyone from your target, including those who with disabilities and different range of disabilities. Unfortunately, Vint, I can tell you, and we have seen this in our digital worthiness report, studying over 10,000 five-star hotel, there is still a lot of room to improve the current situation. Yeah. Many of them, they still don't have even a website, they don't have even a mobile app. So I could imagine that there is a lot of work from them to understand that they need to upgrade their level of digital readiness to serve their customers, all of their customers, not only the one with full eyes and full ears and all of that. We need to include everyone, and inclusivity is an important element. Thank you really to remind us of that. It's an important part of what we do.
So could I make one other observation? In the early days of the World Wide Web, really early days, like 1991, 92, 93, people had to manually construct their own hypertext markup language web pages. They were literally putting, bit by bit encodings and all that stuff. Not very long after that time period, people were building software that helped you design your own web pages so that you could do the layout and it would generate all the required HTML. Imagine for a moment that we have tools available, or could invent tools for web page designers that would help them make the web pages accessible without their having to know a whole lot of detail about how to do that. So I would say that we have an opportunity here to create a cadre of designers with tools available to make it easier for them to produce accessible web pages. That would be a really good outcome.
Absolutely. I have to go to another part of our discussion, Vint, about the future and the future of digital ubiquity. Looking ahead, how do you envision the concept of digital ubiquity, where actually customers can access service anytime, anywhere, and any device, which actually transforming both the digital landscape and the interplay with the physical world and how the physical world is actually moving? I know for a fact that you are even working on something very advanced when it comes to the interplanetary connectivity. I mean, I could imagine a hotel in the space maybe in 2020, 2030, and then
Very likely. I think that it may still be rather an expensive proposition to fly up to orbit. Right now, you can do that, but it costs you somewhere between $10 and $20 million to get up to the International Space Station, and that's going to go out of service after a while. I already know of some hotel chains that are seriously asking themselves, could we put a hotel in orbit? Imagine a honeymoon, on the moon. Wow. Oh, you could, what a great word pun that would be, honeymoon on the moon. Let me come back to this sort of ubiquity thing. A man named Mark Weiser, who unfortunately passed away too early, was at Xerox PARC, and he used the term ubiquitous computing to argue that what would happen over time, this is about the 1980s or so, he was saying that eventually computers would sort of disappear into the walls, and it would be everywhere, not particularly visible. Whereas today, of course, you still see a laptop and it's identifiable as a laptop. But you and a lot of the people on this call know about the Internet of Things, where devices that have been enabled to use the Internet and are programmable are becoming increasingly common. They don't look like computers at all, even though they have computational power in them. And so ubiquitous computing incorporates that notion of internet capability in devices that are part of our environment, whether they're part of the heating control system or a security system, or at Google, for example, we have something called the Google Home device, which interacts with you by voice, and it plays music for you, it takes notes for you, it creates shopping lists for you, it sets timers for you, it does all kinds of things. And you interact with that almost like you would interact with another person. So these sorts of devices are becoming increasingly common, and we're becoming increasingly reliant on them, which, by the way, means that they better work all the time in a reliable way, which again is part of the Atworthy concept, which is that if you're going to use computers and software and networking, you better make it highly reliable because people are expecting it to work. And so we should feel a considerable responsibility as software developers and device developers to deliver that high reliability and safety and security. I'll give you a small example of security. Many of us invested in speech understanding, speech recognition, and speech interaction with these programmable devices. But you would not want it to be the case that your front door would accept a request by a stranger to unlock itself. You would want to make sure that such a device figured out whether it was a person who should be allowed in the first place. Now, exactly how it does that, we could argue about. Is it facial recognition? Is it a little device that has your ID in it that it detects, just like the cards that I have here from my Google card opens the door for me, but it checks first to see whether I'm Vint before it opens up. So we have a responsibility to create these kinds of systems that are safe and secure for people to use while they are trying to offer convenience to us. There is something else along this ubiquitous computing line that is worth thinking about. Everyone is quite comfortable today with the notion of data centers that are somewhere in the cloud. Just like I've got my little cloud badge here. Uh, uh, and so that's computing, which is somewhere reachable through the internet. And then there's the local device, whether it's your mobile or your wristwatch or your laptop or something. But people are starting to talk about edge computing. And that may turn out to be important for two reasons. First of all, computers between you and the data centers may give you lower latency kinds of interaction, which can be quite helpful if you're doing some kind of speech interaction, speech response, and control and the like. Also, it turns out that if, for example, you don't have access to the internet for some reason, or power failure, or you're just out of range of a radio system, the idea of being able to store a transaction and then execute the transaction when connectivity is available, that should become a normal practice. So your mobile, even when it's not part of the net, can still be doing things for you. It just may have to remember some of it to do later after it gets access to the network again. And so the idea of always being able to use ubiquitous computing, even when the net isn't available, should become part of our normal environment.
Absolutely. I actually would like to continue on that futuristic view of the technology. I know I have discussed this with you, and I know you are passionate about this subject, which is the how we would be access our moments in the future. It is important for us. We are taking pictures, we are producing knowledge, we're sharing documents. It's important for us every day when we produce those moments and experiences, be it our picture in a hotel or our family dinner in a restaurant, to be able to, in the future, to find the ways, the softwares, the mechanisms, the platforms that would allow us to use the same type of files, the same type of documents. What are the key insights on this from your perspective, knowing that there is a lot of evolution happening in the type of documents and the platforms? Nothing guarantee for me that what I share today on Facebook or Instagram or LinkedIn could exist in the future for my son and for my daughter to look at them maybe as a heritage or maybe as a souvenir. What are your thoughts about that?
This is such a good point, and I'm glad you brought it up. For many years, I've been worried about what I've been calling a digital dark age. Over time, many of the people who are listening in on this call will have experienced a situation where they've created a picture or a document of some sort using a particular piece of software. Some people will remember the text processing application called WordPerfect. It was a very popular text editor. And yet it is not widely in use today, as far as I'm aware. It's been replaced by other editing tools. The problem is that documents in that format may no longer be correctly interpretable by any currently running software. Now, for that particular case, actually, there probably are some things that will still convert from WordPerfect to some more modern format. But you can easily imagine over a period of 100 or 200 years or something that many of these specific formats and the software that knows how to interpret them would no longer run on machines of the current day. And so one of the things I worry about is that as we create content and we encode it in various ways, whether it's imagery or video or audio or text or other kinds of spreadsheets and things like that, we need to be thinking, how can we preserve access to that information over really long periods of time? The irony of all this is that 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, people were using clay tablets to write. And in some cases, they were inventory of a warehouse. When the warehouses burned down, the tablets became baked clay, which lasted for thousands of years. And if you can still read cuneiform, you can actually read what those tablets say on them. Now, it's true, not too many people can read cuneiform, but the physical document lasted a really long time. And then comes papyrus and skin, the skin of a calf, for example, or other animals, was used to create documents with what's called vellum. And so this material lasts for a really long time. I have seen manuscripts that are 2,000 years old, written with ink on the skin or the vellum, and they look as good as they did 2,000 years ago. So then, as we proceed in time, then we get to rag content paper, which doesn't have quite the same lifetime as vellum does. It might last for 2, 3, 4, 5, 600 years. Then comes paper that's wood pulp paper, which only lasts for 100 years, maybe 200 years, if you're lucky. And then there's newsprint. Now, what's happening is that the media that we use to capture information is becoming less and less resilient to time. And now what do we have? We have digital technology, and isn't it wonderful? It's high density stuff, multi gigabytes, terabytes on a small little disk, except that how many people can still read a 3.5-inch floppy disk or a 5.25-inch floppy disk or a CD-ROM or a Blu-ray, or a DVD? These things are all becoming inaccessible. Even if the bits are still on the device, you can't find a reader for them because they don't run anymore. And you have to go to the Smithsonian and, knock on the door. Have you got a CD-ROM reader I could borrow? So we have a problem because we've been, the lifetime of digitally recorded content is diminishing over time, which means that at some point, a lot of the data that we created won't be accessible. So thank you for bringing that up. I believe that we should be doing several things. One, preserving the software that can interpret these various formats, preserving the operating systems that can run the software, preserving a description of the hardware that can run the operating system, that can run the application that can interpret these various data formats. And then maybe also trying to do some conversions from older formats to newer ones, if that's possible, and if the semantics can be preserved. But if we don't do that, the people in the 22nd century will be wondering what the hell happened in the 21st century, but they can't find any records that they can read. So we really need to do something about that. And that means preserving digital content in every way we possibly can.
Absolutely. Preserving something for the future is important, especially that the future is actually not the future, it's actually now. Now with all the emerging technology that is happening, I'm sure that you have a lot to say and to share with us about AI technology, emerging technology, metaverse, AR, VR, all of those are adding a lot of capacity for the businesses to better serve their consumer and customers. What is your take on the future of emerging technology and how they are providing a better experience for all of us as users and as consumers?
Well, two things are pretty obvious. One of them is that this big investment in artificial intelligence, which has been going on since the 1960s and has gone through 3 iterations. The first ones were what were called heuristic programs. What that meant was that they didn't always work. And if it worked all the time, that was engineering. But if it didn't work all the time, it was heuristic programming. Then we got clever and we said, okay, what about things like expert systems, which were built out of what are called if-then-else clauses, if this, then that, with some probability. And we would build up these huge collections of these conditional expressions. We would extract knowledge from experts to create these conditional expressions. And of course, they would be all kind of linked together. So if you started out with some particular condition, you could follow whichever if-then-else clauses were triggered by that condition, and then you could do an analysis. And the neat thing about that is when you came to a conclusion at the end, you could look back to see where the reasoning had taken you from the original inputs to the final decisions or outputs of this expert system. The problem we ran into there was that the expert systems got to be so big in terms of the if then else clauses that they started to conflict with each other, and it was hard to detect that. So then the next thing that comes along, and the thing that we're experiencing now, is neural networks. There are many different kinds of neural networks. They are all generally fall into what's called machine learning categories. And these have turned out to be really powerful tools. One example at Google is we use the machine learning neural network to figure out how to save power in cooling our data centers. So instead of having a human being once a week trying to control the pumps and the valves and so on to reduce the power required to cool the data center, we trained a machine learning system to do that, and it saved 40% of the power requirement to cool the data center. A tremendously useful application. Another example of the similar kinds of learning system comes from our sister company, DeepMind. They learned how to fold proteins that are generated by DNA interpretation in the human body, and there are 200 million possible proteins that could be generated by DNA interpretation, and they figured out how all of those folded up. And the reason that was important is that the way that these proteins interact with other parts of our biological systems depends on their shape. And so if you know the shape of the protein, you know where it might interact with the rest of the body of the biosystem. So that might, when they did the analysis of human DNA, they figured out 200 million proteins that could be generated by the interpretation of human DNA, which means that we now have a big catalog of molecules, some of which might be useful for intervening in a disease, for example, to stop a disease process from propagating, because one of the small molecules essentially interferes with the evolution of the disease. So these are kinds of things that machine learning can do. But we've also explored, as I'm sure that you've already talked about, the notion of large language models, which they ingest huge amounts of text. And now in the more recent cases, they also are ingesting huge amounts of imagery and video and audio. And they learn the way in which expression is done. In the case of text, for example, phrases and words are called tokens. And as we ingest all of this stuff from the World Wide Web, we build a statistical model of what words and phrases are likely to be related to each other. And when we prompt these systems to produce output, the so-called generative AI, they use this statistical model to produce words and phrases as output. And so we're using those to do translation, for example, from one language to another. And amazingly, instead of having thousands of different individually trained translators for English to French or French to German or German to Chinese, sometimes it turns out that when you train them on all the texts of all the languages, they can learn how to translate in any language into any other language. So we have a huge capability today to do this sort of machine recognition of speech and translation from one language to another. It's not 100% accurate, but it's amazing how good these have become. So the large language models have turned out to be really powerful tools for us, but they've also turned out to be quite problematic. And that's because the systems that are generating output in response to some input phrase or sentence or paragraph don't have context. And so they will often generate false output, even if they've been trained on accurate and truthful statements or truthful information. They can still conflate things. As an example, I asked for a chatbot to generate an obituary for me. And I figured, I know that sounds kind of, depressing, but I figured that the obituary format would have been encountered by the training material. And second, that there was information about me on the net. And so I figured it was a reasonable request to have one of the bots produce an obituary, which it did. produced a nice 800 word obituary. It starts out, "We're sorry to report Dr. Cerf passed away." And it gave a date, which I was kind of unsettled by because it was too near in the future. But then it summarized my career, and it summarized the family members who were left behind. But when I read the career summary, I found that the bot had given me credit for stuff I didn't do, and it gave other people credit for the stuff I did. And then it got down to the family members, and it made up family members that I don't have, as far as I know. And so I'm thinking, how the hell can this happen, especially if it was using factual material? And I realized that the reason that this is a problem, let's imagine that your bio and my bio are on the same web page for just a moment. The system doesn't know that this paragraph is your bio and this paragraph is my bio. It just says the words in those bios are not very far apart from each other, so they must have some relationship. The system could easily pluck from your bio facts about your work and associate it with me because my bio isn't very far away from yours. And so this conflation of factual material to produce counterfactual output is a problem, and it's called hallucination. And we're still at Google, and I'm sure the others who work with this are still trying to find ways of containing and constraining this sort of mistake, so that when we ask for these generative AI systems to produce output, they're less likely to produce counterfactual material. The other problem that we've run into is that these things actually work really, really well. And they work so well that they can emulate real people and make it look like they have said and done something which they didn't do. Now, the entertainment industry is excited about this. They love the possibility that they can resurrect characters from years and years ago and make them part of the current entertainment scene. Now, we'll set aside intellectual property arguments and other things like that, which are bound to occur and already have. But the fact that you can recreate a false reality is very scary, because people could be easily misled, especially in political debate and discussion, especially this year as we run up to the 2024 elections all around the world. The ability to create misleading information, counterfactual information, is really quite hazardous. So we have got to learn how to tame these technologies. And we need to say to people, if you use these technologies to do these harmful things, that there will be consequences. And of course, that's you can say that. You can pass laws that say this is not allowed. But the problem you run into is, how do you enforce that? And it's especially hard on an international basis, because someone who's generating this kind of counterfactual information could be in one jurisdiction and the recipient's in a different one. And now, how do you get countries to cooperate with each other to identify parties and hold them accountable for that bad behavior? That's, again, one of the challenges that you and others have as we enter into this online environment.
Absolutely. I mean, we have been involved, we as at Worthy, in a lot of discussion around the implementation of NIST AI framework. And one of the things that I was, sharing with the other group members of this discussion is that actually there is a disconnection between the governance at the company level and implementing such frameworks, which are usually frameworks that are important for the product creation, for the product itself, for the platforms that you are building. But in reality, there is some sort of disconnection with what's happening at the regulatory global level, where, if we look just at what's happening for the AI regulation elsewhere, there is so much happening almost every day with a new AI act in Europe, many other regulations in different other parts of the world, India, the US itself. There's so much happening, but there is a disconnection between those who are regulating or trying to regulate very fast, by the way. I see that there is a willingness that is somehow dangerous for me, because we are building this willingness to regulate fastly the AI just because we feel that we have missed the regulation of the social media. I don't think it is the right way to do things. We need to regulate, yes, but on the good intention, not because we have missed something that we need to do something else.
So,
And you're right.
I'm so glad that you phrased it the way you did. I think that we should be asking ourselves, first of all, more generally, it's not just AI, it's not just machine learning, it's all software that we are relying on. We want people to feel responsibility for making that software work reliably, safely, and securely to protect our privacy and so on. And that's not AI alone, it's all software. But then coming back to the AI and machine learning situation, perhaps the better thing to do is not to regulate the way in which these machine learning systems work, but rather the applications that we are using them for. So if it's entertainment, for example, that's generally innocuous. I remember asking one of the chatbots to write a little story about an alien that landed on Earth and got into my wine cellar and was consuming Cabernet Sauvignon. And it wrote a nice little, 1,000-word story about that. That's even if it's completely fictitious, it's just entertainment and there's nothing harmful about it. If, on the other hand, you're using these same technologies to do medical advice or analysis and evaluation of MRI scans or giving financial recommendations, now you're in high risk territory. And so I think in Europe, there has been a consideration of applications being low to high risk, and that the ask of the regulators is that the companies using these technologies should show evidence of considerable care and in high risk situations where they've validated the functionality, they protected against various and sundry kinds of mistakes, whereas in the low risk case, perhaps it's less critical. And so rank ordering risk factors seems like it would be a valuable thing to do, and to warn people that in high risk applications, the provider of those technologies needs to show that they have been thoughtful about protecting a user of that technology from potential harm.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the notions that I was discussing today with Patrick Ryan was the notion of machine consumer. And I brought the example of the future AI assistant that will be, for sure, in the upcoming years, capable to expand my capacity as a person or as a decision maker to make maybe some acting, purchasing something for me. So I will ask my AI assistant to book me a trip to France for 3 days with 2 meetings with 2 persons that I will have dinners. And that AI assistant will go ahead and make the choice on my behalf, but also make the decision of purchasing those trips and paying them, knowing that the AI already knows different part of my finances and have the credit card information and all of that. There is a lot of discussion here because if, first of all, the hotels and businesses are not yet ready at the technological level to interact with those machine consumers, because they are, from my perspective as at Worthy today and looking at my report, there is already a lot of work to be done to interact with me as a humans, let alone tomorrow if I will be having an AI assistant who will be directly connected to your database and making orders to your database, not using any layer of interaction with you.
Mhm.
I think there's a lot of work here today from a technological point of view for those businesses to adopt technology. But I want to ask you about the responsibility part, the responsibility of AI assistant making decisions on my behalf. It could be even someone who could be attending a board meeting virtually, but in reality not himself, maybe the avatar of that person, and raising the hand to approve resolutions. There is a lot of discussion here about the responsibility.
I have actually, first of all, this is no doubt in my mind that we have to be very careful. This, by the way, is not just a matter of large language models and AI or anything else. Even any software that is that you've given the capacity to execute on your behalf. I mean, think about a security system which you arm before you, as you leave the house. You're relying on that software to function correctly. It's making decisions: is the window open or closed? Is the party trying to open the door a legitimate party or not? Uh, you're assuming that it's going to function correctly. So now, one thing that I think a lot of people imagine is that you could ask these machine learning tools to explain their reasoning to get to a conclusion. So if there was concern about a particular recommendation or, as you say, a vote on the board, can this artificial intelligence explain how it came to its particular choices? Here's the problem I can imagine. The thing could reason perfectly to a conclusion only to discover that it was based on counterfactual information. And so, the reasoning was perfectly okay, except it started out with a false premise. And so, we really need to be careful about that. Humans, by the way, run into the same problem. They make assumptions about the premises, and then they reason from that. The reasoning is okay, but the premise is false. The result is wrong. And we suffer from this too. But we don't want to magnify this by having our computers making billions of decisions a day based on bad information.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Vint, for such an amazing discussion. I think from our perspective as a startup that is bringing to the world this concept of focusing on the digitally enabled experiences to better serve consumers and users and the public, it's our great pleasure to have the person who brought the most important part of the technology and the digital world, which is the internet. So we are, first of all, thankful for that. We're thankful for all the insights that you brought about the history, the stories, about all of the things that you had in mind when you built this, but also the inclusivity and disability aspects of the technology, and how we make sure that if you are a hotel, if you are a business implementing any digital technology, you need to think about all your users, all your customers, including those with different type of disabilities. This is something very important for us, and looking forward for new technology, new emerging ones. As well, you are a hotel, you are a business, you need to implement them, but with some sort of focus on the responsibility, on the privacy, on the protection of your customers' privacy as well. Many thanks again, Vint, and would love to hear your final thought on all of this concept.
Well, I think that we all realize that we have among the most powerful tools ever invented based on computing capabilities. And we need to be smart and thoughtful and even wise about how they get applied. And so Atworthy is kind of like a reminder, a conscience for all of us, to remind us that these powerful tools need to be used in constructive ways. And so I hope that you'll be very successful in your work to remind all of the programmers and software developers that we are all relying on them to do this well and reliably.
Amazing thoughts. Thank you so much, Vint, and wish you a lovely day. And again, happy Digital Worthiness Day.
Thanks so much. I really appreciate the opportunity. Good luck to you and all of your colleagues.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. It was such an honor to have you among us today. Thank you so much.
So as they
So next, we move on to one of the must-attend session for entrepreneurs and investors alike. Today's session is Evolving Expectations from Trust to Digital Worthiness, which is a session that will be led by Steve Andrews, a recognized expert in the industry. Welcome, Steve. Hello, and happy Digital Worthiness Day.
Hello, Fatima. I'm honored to be participating in this exciting event. Digital Worthiness Day sounds like something my kids would be excited about.
Exactly. Thanks a lot. We are so honored to have you here today with us. Um, I think it's one of the days that we have been looking for. Um, and before we start the session, everyone, I'd like to introduce you Steve Andrews, a recognized industry expert in channel strategy and go-to-market GTM programs with more than 25 years of experience and in the consulting practice and working and leading software and cloud services vendors such as VMware, VeriSign, and Amazon Web Services. So this is amazing. Thank you again, Steve, for being with us today. So as we delve into the session, please, everyone, feel free to share your comments, to share your thoughts, to share your questions in the comments down below, whether you are watching us on LinkedIn, Facebook, or YouTube live streaming. Um, we are tools. We are looking forward for this interactive discussion with Steve. So please go ahead, Steve. The floor is yours. The word is yours.
Great. Thanks a lot, Fatima. So it's interesting. It's an awfully tough task to follow Vint Cerf. He is amazingly humble and amazingly brilliant. I think I first met Vint about 2000, 2002 when I was part of the leadership team in the security business at VeriSign. And I thought he was humble and knowledgeable then. And he's even more knowledgeable and just as humble now. So it's pretty amazing that he's managed to maintain that trajectory. Might want to pull up the slides as we get started here. So we've had an interesting set of information this morning. If you listen to what Patrick, Ryan, and a conversation with Khaled, we talked about AI and how that was changing a lot of the decision making, how a lot of work gets done. And he talked about tools that were coming up and how increasingly people were using AI to do things that didn't seem possible. And I think one specific example they talked about was automating the process or bringing AI into the process of booking hotels and making decisions on flights. And, specifically, you can see how that would impact the hospitality industry tremendously. When Vint, the last conversation with Vint and Khaled, it was talking about taking the online world and bridging it to the physical world, which I think is a really important concept because, when the internet first started, a lot of people thought it was going to replace physical businesses. And in some cases, physical businesses have been impacted. Certainly retail has been impacted a lot, but increasingly found that online and offline need to work together. And they're part of the same way of reaching customers. And I think that's really the theme for my discussion this morning. It's about customer experience. We can move the slide. So when you go to a tech conference, a lot of times the focus is about technology. That's natural. People want to talk about the things they're doing to help customers that usually involve tech. I'm going to focus a little more on the people side of things. And the people we're talking about here really are the buyers, the consumers, the clients, your customers as a business. And I'll start with a personal story. About a year ago, I have a 21-year-old son, needed to buy a car. And we did some work online. We figured out what car we wanted to buy, what the price should be. And we were all ready to go. We drove about 45 minutes to Oakland. I live in San Francisco Bay Area, so that wasn't too bad. But 45 minutes, it was pouring rain. So we were ready to get the job done as we drove to the car dealership. But then I got this awful feeling in the pit of my stomach. Oh my gosh, how long is it going to take to buy this car? I don't buy a car that often. It's been probably 5 years. And I realized that it often takes 3, 4, 5 hours of paperwork. I was like, oh no, shit, I have plans for tonight. Is this going to work? But I buried that thought in my mind because I was already at the dealership. And we bought the car. And I kind of held my breath. What's the purchase process going to be? Well, the good news is I got lucky. Like, they had a really smooth process. They put you in front, got a laptop out, put you in front of a big screen television. They put each of the documents out on the screen and you did digital signing for each of the documents, the whole thing took 20 minutes. And I was like, whew. I mean, it was one, I was very satisfied as a customer, but I left with a sort of a feeling of unfulfillment, which is, why didn't I know this before I bought the car? In fact, it might have affected where I bought the car. I got lucky in this case. I got a vendor that was digitally savvy, but there's plenty of dealerships out there, I'm sure, who would have put me through that same 3 to 5 hour hell that I went through last time I bought a car. So it's an interesting thing. It's the digital experience, how I interacted with the car. It wasn't just the buying, it was the selecting of the car. It was identifying what dealerships had what cars. It's really a good example of the melding of offline and online experiences. And the key thing there is the customers want to know what the online experience is going to be before they buy. It might work a little better for a local restaurant. You go to the restaurant, once a month, you figure out if they have a good online experience. But for something you don't do every day, like buy a car, you kind of have to roll the dice. And that's just not a good enough experience in today's world. So let's next slide. So Vint had some, next slide, please. So Vint had some excellent context on the history of, next slide, please. On the history of the internet and a lot of this technology. If you remember back in the late 90s, early 2000s, the question was, is it safe? We're talking about online purchases. Is it safe? And people would laugh at you. Some, particularly your older people, would say, I'm never going to buy anything with a credit card online. They would, it's like they were like very pugnacious about it. It's not safe. Well, over time, with encryption and experience, people learn to conduct transactions online over the internet as a consumer. Big change in the industry, it helped us go this direction we are today. But solving that problem really opened up new problems that are really opportunities, which is once you decide you want to buy, how do you identify the options? Well, in those days, you had to look at 100 different websites to compare everything. There wasn't any kind of a site that would tell you all the options for like flights. We talked about Priceline a little earlier. That's a great example. Priceline brought together airline rates across multiple airlines. And that didn't exist, for a long time. And you can see the prices for different routes, different airlines. Same thing happened in hotels. And all of that made the buying experience better by enabling sort of ease of purchase and choice. Now, you can look at price. Then the next stage of development was, how do you compare these options? It's not just about price. It's about, back one slide, please. Still on the previous slide. It's how do you compare the options? And there's been a pretty robust set of tools out there that allow you to rate services. A lot of these are consumer driven. You buy a product, you rate the product and say, hey, this is a great hairdryer. You stay at a hotel, you explain it was a good hotel stay. So that was really another major step forward in the process of making the buying experience better for consumers, better for clients, better for humans, people. So that's a journey we've been going through really the last 20 years in the online world. And as Vint and Khaled brought up, and really Patrick too, how does this translate into the physical world? Now, what we're finding is that online tools are a big part of your customer satisfaction. As we talked about for the car dealership, I use the online tools a lot in the selection process, and I wanted to have a buying process that was very online savvy, and I got lucky that there was one. So there's something that is a newer concept, digital experience. And I'm going to differentiate digital experience from digital worthiness. Digital experience is, it could be bad, it could be good. Digital worthiness is it's good. If you have digital worthiness, high quality of digital experience for your clients, then you're providing a better customer experience, and in fact, you're another reason for customers to buy from you. And that's a service that AtWorthy is offering. It's a new part of this new discussion they've been leading the last year or so, and it's really about digital worthiness. So what you see is sort of an evolution of what consumers are interested and worried about. But what it takes to be digital worthy changes. 2 or 3 years ago on that car dealership, the expectations would have been lower. 2 or 3 years from now, perhaps the whole process can be streamlined in a way that I haven't even imagined, more like the kinds of brainstorming that Patrick and Bent were doing about the future. But the beginning is for businesses to focus on the digital experience, determine what it means to provide a great digital experience in their industry, and then over time, build the right tools to make sure that experience is great. Next slide, please. So I gave you an example of a good digital experience, one that I had buying a car. Let's talk about the opposite. Let's talk about a bad digital experience. I was staying with my son, visiting my son, who's a junior in Portland, and I checked in, got to the hotel, and there was a long line to check in. I go, can I check in without, can I check in on my app? No, there's no app. Then I found that the Wi-Fi password was scribbled on the card, and I couldn't read it. So I had to come back down and ask the guy what the Wi-Fi password was. And then lo and behold, it's my fault. I lost my key, and I had to come down again and stand in another line to get my key. All of this, I thought, really should have been digitally enabled. So my experience at the hotel, the beds are perfectly nice. The people were fine, even though they had to apologize for their systems. They even had a very nice hot tub, which I was able to use, but it didn't have a good digital experience, and therefore it wasn't. I wouldn't have gone there again. But the problem, of course, is I didn't know that before I bought. And when's the next time I'm going to go and stay in the same hotel? Maybe a few more months. So again, these non-repeatable purchases where you don't do it often, you need to know before you buy what the digital experience is going to be. So next slide. So this is partly my journey as a consumer. And I'd say that really working with Khaled over the last year or so has also helped me realize this. I've kind of adopted the mantra: before I buy, I want to know what the digital experience of the company of a supplier is. And ironically, it's not that easy. You can go to the website, you can look to see what kinds of tools they have. You can look at some of their reviews. You can put in, complaints about Wi-Fi, but you're taking on the responsibility of creating a digital experience rating for the company. And what I think is interesting about what the Worthy team is doing is they're taking that on instead for us. They're putting together that framework. They're doing the research, and then they're acting as a third party to provide data back to a consumer on the digital worthiness of these vendors. So I think it's an interesting step forward, and it affects both the consumer, and ironically, it also affects the business. Why would you think it affects the business too? Why would it affect the business? Well, I mean, the people who run the hotel, they're not stupid. They are investing in great Wi-Fi. They are thinking about building an app. They are thinking about going keyless. You'll find many hotels that offer these services, though certainly nowhere near all. And once they've invested in those services, how do they tell consumers or customers that they have these services? It's a little bit of a dilemma. They want to promote that they're digitally ready, that they're digitally worthy to their consumers, and they don't have a fantastic venue to do that, which is another thing that digital worthiness can help you with. It's both a statement to the consumer and also an opportunity for a business to promote its offerings. So next slide. So taking a step back, it can be a little confusing because there's a lot of tools and evaluation criteria out there. Where does digital worthiness fit? So this is a simple way of looking at it. So on the x-axis, horizontal line, you see whether the ratings are provided by a neutral third party or whether they're user generated. And on the y-axis, vertically, you see, is it a digital resource we're talking about, or is it a non-digital resource? So you have sort of 4 quadrants. And if you look at the first quadrant, upper right, user-generated reviews for digital resources, that's where you're talking about marketplaces. There are plenty of places out there that'll help you buy software and review them for you. Upper right corner. Now below that, what if they're user generated but non-digital resources? Well, there's a lot of bookings and review sites. We talked about booking.com, hotels.com. All of those things bring ratings to bear on non-digital resources. Then how about non-digital resources, but neutral third parties to step in? That's where Better Business Bureau has been active. They're active on both online and offline, but their company ratings, is the company a high quality company? Now, when you get to neutral third party and digital resources, that's where Atworthy comes in, or the digital worthiness concept, because now you're talking about how are they using digital resources on their physical property to improve customer experience. And really, of the tools out there, that's the only one that's really focused on that part of the quadrant. So next slide. So what does Atworthy do to help you in that effort? The first thing they do is they provide a certificate to a customer with a rating, 1 to 5 ATs, based on their digital worthiness. And to determine what that rating should be, they do an assessment. So it's not a bring in I won't say Price Waterhouse. They've been out of business forever. You bring in a big consulting company to do an assessment. We're talking about an assessment of digital resources, things like their Wi-Fi situation, their website, do they have apps to use, various things that go through, and that's done through a combination of questionnaire that they provide to the business and AI, where they identify attributes of the business remotely. So, and the third piece is the businesses promoting that digital worthiness to their customers. So they post their certificate on their website. So really, there are 3 key components of the Atworthy approach. It's the certificate, it's the assessment behind that certificate. And the reason that I position it that way is the assessment changes over time. As technologies change, that Atworthy assessment is going to change, and their AI tools are only going to get better and better and more robust and combined to provide, on the assessment part. And then the last part is the value to the business, which is promoting the digital worthiness to their customers. Next slide. So what does that mean in terms of products? It means that there are really 4 things that Atworthy offers. It's the certificate, it's a report, and the report is really interesting because the report will tell you, hey, here are all the criteria we looked at. Maybe it's a 66 list of attributes, and it'll play back what the current situation is and highlight gaps. Some of these things, let's say you're a hotel and you find that you don't have a hotel app, which I think Khaled highlighted in the last session. You don't have an app that allows you to check in, check out without going to the front desk. Well, you're not going to be able to implement that in 3 weeks. You're going to have to create a roadmap for that. You're going to have to get money for it, and you're going to have to talk to your IT people about it. So the Digital Worthiness Report gives you a tool to start planning your approach to digital worthiness. Then there's also a posting on the public site. So as the concept gets more and more mature, you hope consumers are looking for places that have the digital experience, digital worthiness, and you're going to be one of the vendors that are listed there, showing that you're rating for digital worthiness. And the last thing are some analytics that provide comparison to other companies. Are you that are in the same kind of space? That again gives you kind of a scorecard to let you know how you're doing on your journey to digital worthiness. So last slide, please. So what does this really mean? So we're talking about a journey. And the Khaled and team are really doing a nice job of doing the thought leadership on what digital worthiness is, developing the right products, helping to educate consumers, helping to educate businesses. This is a journey, but you're already doing a lot of the things that are necessary to provide strong digital experience for your customers. You already know that some of these things are important. What the digital worthiness rating can help you do is highlight, focus on continuing to improve that. And it gives you a tool to communicate that to your customers before they buy. And that's really the key thing, because we're talking about the experience of the business and the experience of the buyer. And digital worthiness has the opportunity to improve the experience of both of those audiences. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Steve. It was an amazing presentation to the rating, the Atworthy, the digital worthiness concept overall. We thank you so much for all the clarifications that you have done, and it was very exciting. It was very interesting topic that you have talked about, whether about the digital worthiness, the digital rating, the necessity for hospitality industry to follow such a strategy, let's say. But I do have actually I do have two questions for you. Accordingly with what you have been saying. The first question is, how is rating from Atworthy is different from a customer review from a booking site like you have just mentioned, from whether booking.com, tripadvisor.com, and so on?
Right. So this is an interesting question. So I think that people naturally understand consumer generated ratings because they're so common in we've done in the last 10 years or so on the internet. What people don't necessarily think about as much are the need for a third party. We ran into this a lot in my early days at VeriSign. When you're issuing digital certificates for encryption, it matters who you're issuing them to. Are you issuing them to a legitimate business that you're transacting with? And you don't really want users to be rating somebody's is the security good? It's not really a good user generated thing. I think digital experience is somewhat similar. You can get some consumer snippets based on digital experience, but you really need a third party to step back and say, look, for a hotel, these are the things that really drive digital experience. And they have this, and this, but they're missing this and this. And that's a role for a third party organization, another business to step in that, because otherwise you just have sort of a mishmash of text messages and data that nobody can really interpret. So I think it goes back to that 4x4 or 2x2 framework. It says upper left-hand corner, that's third party generated and digital in a physical environment that is unique.
That's true. And I cannot but agree to what you said. The second question is, what are your expectations? Where do you expect the concept of digital worthiness or digital readiness, like you have just mentioned, to evolve in the future?
So, interestingly, in my observation, I think the awareness of the importance of digital tools in physical businesses is pretty high. But I think it's viewed as a technical problem, not as a business strategy or as a marketing opportunity. And so, like in the example with the car dealership I bought from that had this fantastic, 20-minute buying online automated with digital signatures, they should be promoting that to their customers. It's great that their IT department gave them that, and maybe it eliminates some criticisms and some complaints, but it's a missed opportunity not to market that. And because I was really nervous. I didn't have 3 to 5 hours to buy my car, so I think I'd probably pay more money knowing that I would get a good buying experience. So I think that it's viewed as a technical challenge, not as a business opportunity, I think, for these companies. And part of it is it's a traditional problem you have within organizations that IT used to be a cost, and then gradually they've realized IT can enable business value. I think it's similar to this situation. And therefore, I think that, it's almost an industry by industry thing. I've had this conversation with Khalid. We've talked about hotels a couple of times. And some of the things for hotels, I think, are clear, like keyless entry, like having an app, so you don't have to go to the front desk at all. You can pay online, but those aren't the 2030 tools. The 2030 tools are beyond my comprehension. They're closer to Vint Cerf's world than they are my world. But if they're not, if the company or if the hotel doesn't have good Wi-Fi in 2024, they're already way behind. If they don't have an app under development, they're behind. It's almost like it's not a point in time; it's a journey. And so companies need to be thinking about this strategy and these sets of tools is tied to their customer experience and their strategy and their marketing.
Exactly. And as you said, it's a total journey before, during, and after the customer experience, whether a hotel or in a bank or in a clothing shop. It starts before getting into that property. When we scroll the website, the mobile app, for example, just to check the amenities that are in there in the hotel itself, for example,
Yeah,
is very important. And
it's a good
also we
example.
mentioned,
Yeah,
yeah, we mentioned before that the social media accounts, for example, need to be updated every day, need to be interactive with all the customers, let's say, because whether it is that person, if he wasn't, for example, like a customer, like in he's just interested in knowing what do you have and what he will get as a potential customer, and this will only
yeah,
let's say upgrade his before experience satisfaction and after, of course, the experience.
yeah. I'm sure that this topic is also different for different size organizations. It's another example of where, because smaller organizations tend to outsource their IT, they ask somebody for some company, maybe it's an integrator, to do something for them, and the integrator does what they ask, but the business is not thinking about technology as a strategic advantage for their business, or even a crippling weakness. They're reactive, and it wasn't that long ago that many physical retailers thought of online as primarily a competitor. And maybe it's like 5 or 7 years ago. People were surprised when Walmart started being an online business, and they said, no, it's we're connecting our online and physical businesses. So I think that many businesses really haven't gotten their head around where digital fits, look much less whether they have strong digital worthiness for their customers in terms of purchase.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So do you agree that more digital features used, the more, let's say, rating they will get, or the ad rating they will get to be more
Exactly.
digital worthy, let's say?
Yeah, exactly. You'd expect that as time goes on, people would know, I know this is important, and I need to look for this kind of a capability.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I guess we are at the end of our session, Steve. Um, do you have anything to add, or
Yeah, I
because
guess
we
I just
still
want to
have
say that
three
I
minutes?
really have enjoyed participating in this and working with Khalid over the last year or so. It is. I spent a lot of my career in mid-sized companies, going to helping them go to market and strategy. It's been fun the last few years pivoting to work with startups, because often the go to market tries to get pasted on at the end after the product strategy, and it's just very rewarding to be involved early on to help build go to market into the strategy from the beginning. So this has been really, and it's been very entertaining to hear what Patrick had to say, and Colin, and certainly Ben Surf. So it's fun for me to participate in this event.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are happy that you have joined the team, let's say, today, along with Stephanie, Patrick, Surf, and now you, and then later on we have also Daniel Sieber with us to the next session. So thank you so much, Steve. It was a very wonderful discussion with you. Hope to see you next year for another summit.
Exactly. Have a great rest of the day.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Bye bye.
Hello, Daniel.
Happy Digital Worthiness Day and happy Friday.
Oh, happy Digital Worthiness Day
And
to you
and
too.
happy
Thank
Groundhog
you.
Day. We can't forget the groundhogs.
Yeah, we are
It's a
so
whole
happy
thing.
to have you here.
Thank you.
We're so happy to have you here today with us. Thank you so much for being part of this summit. Um, let me introduce you before diving into the session with you. So, everyone, please welcome Daniel Seberg, the founder and CEO of the Streaming Guide. He's also the co-founder and senior advisor to the CEO for Good Trust and a former co-founder and head of ecosystem growth at Civil. So, thank you again, Daniel, for being with us today. We are super excited to discover how the digital age is reshaping media and entertainment. This thing that is into our today's life, into our everyday's life, the media and entertainment, which is something crucial in our lives. It's just like I said. So that shift from being traditional to have that digital platform is very significant that we as you can if you can agree. So please go ahead. The word is yours.
Thank you, Fatma. Yes, and I would say over the course of my career, I've seen this arc from traditional platforms to digital ones, starting out at a place like CNN, which of course has evolved into all sorts of platforms, but also spending time at Google with people like Patrick and Vint and Khaled. So I'm thrilled to be here with you all. I have some slides to go through, which is just to say more of an introduction to me and some of the concepts that I've been discussing with Khaled and some others around this idea of shifting from traditional to digital platforms. What does that mean for customer centricity, but also for our purposes here, maybe digital centricity, and how to think about different surfaces as different ways that you're interacting with your customers. So this is a little bit about me here. I won't spend too much time on my bio. Of course, you can search all of us anywhere you want on LinkedIn or just your favorite search engine. Fatma mentioned the streaming guide. We are actually going to be doing business as Screen Genius, and I can tell you a little bit about what we're up to. We're a pre-seed, early stage venture, and we want to help people to figure out what to watch. I mean, this is something that we've all been wrestling with for some time as streaming has come to become part of our lives. Many of us have either cut the cable or thought about doing it, and so we've entered into an era where we believe that artificial intelligence and machine learning can provide a customer-centric experience and understand more of what you're in the mood for, what you'd like to watch, so greater personalization and customization, some fun navigation. We've come up with this term called My Prime Time, just to help people think about when they want to watch something based on their own schedule and pragmatic considerations. And then we want to make this as frictionless as possible. We've heard so many stories from our friends and family members about just how frustrating it is to try to figure this out right now. So we're here to help. We have all kinds of stuff that we're building. And please reach out to me anytime, separate of all of this, to learn more. We have a tremendous group of people. That's a mock of our prototype. So we're in the prototyping phase, working on our MVP. So more to come from Screen Genius. Stay tuned. All right, let's talk about how we got here and what does this mean when I say digital centricity. So, this is I would say, a strategy as both Screen Genius, but just broadly speaking, any business, ideally, thinking about their customers at the center, and how to think about any experience or product that you're building that relates directly to them. Now, it could be in person. You see a picture here of somebody at a coffee shop. So, of course, a customer interaction with somebody who works in a coffee shop, a barista, is pretty clear. There's a person there, and you're going to communicate with them in a way that feels respectful, and you're welcome into your store and the whole experience. The reality is that customer at the end of that experience is going to leave that store and more than likely pull out a smartphone, a digital device of some kind, and think about what it means to either be a loyal customer. Maybe they received something in exchange for their business that day. Maybe it's a review that they'd like to provide or they were asked to provide. All sorts of ways that the interaction you have with your customer in person is going to resonate in a digital way later, and that digital worthiness notion that people will discover you and think to themselves, are you worthy from a digital perspective? This in-person interaction can have a lasting effect online with your business as you think about that shift from traditional to digital. So those interactions are micro moments that happen. They can certainly leave customers looking like the person on the left, and they will use that device in the middle there as a platform, a digital platform, to make it known how they feel. And of course, you would much rather your customers have the experience like the person that you see on the right, and that idea of digital worthiness is in between. So some key principles to think about just with this whole notion of digital centricity and focusing on customer needs. So thinking about all the different environments that customers will encounter you, your brand, some way to interact with you. You know, we've heard from some of the speakers today different examples of where that might be, from social to an AI chatbot to your watch, if you have a smart watch, all the ways that we encounter brands and companies today. Some of them are a little further in the background and you're not necessarily aware of them. But for the businesses that do have direct to consumer or customer interactions, mapping these out in person and going and actually doing them is going to be critical. It's something we've been thinking about as Screen Genius, where we are the customers in this. I founded this company because I'd like to think of myself as customer zero or customer one, as somebody who raised their hand to solve this. And so I do think of myself as a customer with our company, even though we don't technically have a product, we're not selling anything, so we don't have the opportunity to liaise with our customers yet. But undoubtedly, we are going to need to think about all sorts of different environments where people are watching something that's streaming. And what are those experiences like when you're by yourself, when you're with other people? Now, those are other customers of a streaming experience that we're going to need to think about. So mapping those journeys and understanding that, as we've been hearing about, particularly as Vint was talking about the advances in AI and with Khaled, and this idea that, you know, many of us are seeing AI as a co-pilot. We certainly at Screen Genius see AI as a co-pilot in deciding what to watch, but in the ways that co-pilots with AI are becoming much more contextualized now. So you can have a co-pilot with you no matter what you're doing. And, you know, Steve Jobs, you know, we've all, I think, in tech missed Steve. I never had the opportunity to meet him personally. I met his co-founder, Steve Wozniak, a couple of times and reported on Apple and Steve Jobs when I was a journalist. But, you know, he says here, get closer than ever to your customers. So close that you tell them what they need well before they realize it themselves. And in this way, AI, as we're talking about now, is another surface, another portal to think about your digital worthiness. This is where that kind of interaction becomes important, not overdoing it, not being in people's lives too much that they want to push you away, but to the degree to which it feels like it understands the context, it understands the relevance, and it adds value to your life, where you see digital worthiness as something you absolutely want to reward. So Steve Jobs thought about this, and just as an example of what this could do to the sort of planning trajectory of a project or of a venture, as you're thinking about what is the opportunity with digital centricity. I spent about a year plus at Moody's Analytics working with the customer experience and innovation team. And one of the ways that I learned that they spend a considerable amount of time understanding their customers is with this idea of a net promoter score, which may be familiar to people who do focus a lot on customer experience. But the idea that, you know, really thinking about not just customers as they experience your product, but what are those surfaces, what are those conduits that they come to you through? What is the digital worthiness? And incorporating that into some of your net promoter scores. An AI chatbot, of course, can help you to learn all kinds of things in a digital sense where you find your customers. There's a way to think about how does this all affect churn, customer churn. If you have a high digital worthiness, does that mean that your customers not only stick around, but they see reasons to invite more people in because they really love what you're doing and they want to spread the word? And then finally, you know, of course, you want to increase purchases, and ideally people keep coming back to you because they see that you're listening to them and paying attention to them, which is a big part of any digital worthiness campaign, is this idea that it's not just about telling people what you're doing, but it's about listening. So the idea of becoming more digital centric, I will go through this quickly, but just to say, you know, it's important to identify your customer segments. Customer segmentation is a big part of any marketing endeavor, thinking about who these people are. Not everybody is your customer. And I think that's important for any business or venture to think about. Not everybody's going to need Screen Genius for whatever it is that they're doing, and that's okay. For the people who are your customer, really think about why they're there and what you can offer them from a digital sense, digital worthiness sense. Gathering customer feedback, there are myriad ways now to use survey tools, SurveyMonkey, all these ways that people can get feedback in a relatively instantaneous way on something that you're developing. That is another digital centric way to think about your customer, to give you some feedback. Of course, you want to identify the customer journey, as we were talking about, mapping that and ensuring you know all the steps, the potential pitfalls. Don't imagine that everything's going to go perfect. There are lots of ways that things can go sideways. So plot those out and be prepared for getting feedback from people that isn't exactly what you want to hear. This is where your customers can help you to refine your whole digital worthiness strategy. Set some customer focused goals. So don't just think about your own product, your own needs, your own bottom line and revenue. What is it that you think customers really need to think about? And then go through this whole process and refine it over time to ensure that all of your employees and everybody in your operation understands the value of digital worthiness. It's not just something that is the responsibility of a couple people. And then the next slide is where I'd love to just give a few personal examples. So Canada Goose, I'm a dual citizen between Canada and the United States, but I am from Canada originally. And Canada Goose jackets are hugely popular all over the world. They actually have, as a way to think about ways to interact with their customers, they have cold rooms in some of their locations that are super chilled. So you can go in there, try their jackets on and see how they feel, and then provide all sorts of feedback in a digital way that create these kind of photo ops, which is a fantastic way to think about how Canada Goose is kind of taking something that you need to try on to know if it feels right and everything else, but to kind of see it in its environment, if you will. It's a pretty cool idea. Trader Joe's, there happens to be a Trader Joe's just a few blocks from my apartment in Brooklyn, and I go there on a regular basis. They have a huge following when it comes to snacks and new items that come out because they curate their products in a way that customers love, and I'm one of them. And they have a favorite Trader Joe's products group on Facebook. You can see it's got more than 1 million members, which is, I think, a tremendous way to think about digital worthiness. You're interacting with customers in your store, and I will tell you that Trader Joe's employees will go out of their way to help you to solve a mystery. If you can't find a product or you heard about it, they will take you on a journey through the store. I've done it with them a number of times. And then to be able to find those like-minded people in a Facebook group like that really creates a digital worthiness platform that Trader Joe's can lean into. And then finally, McDonald's, my first job technically was, my first paycheck certainly was at McDonald's. And I spent more than 2 years there part-time when I was going to school. And I cleaned lots of bathrooms and served lots of customers and heard what everybody came to know at McDonald's was that the customer is always right. And the reality is that a lot of McDonald's now, you'll see at the bottom there, there's no need for the employees to really even know that the customer is always right because there aren't any employees. And this is a whole other realm when it comes to digital worthiness, that a once human to human experience, like fast food, has now become automated to the degree to which digital worthiness includes the actual experience of getting your food, not just rating the company or finding them online or something like that, that the entire experience. So the digital worthiness could be applied to McDonald's in a way that, I don't know that Ray Kroc would have ever imagined that this was possible in McDonald's stores back when he started McDonald's many years ago. Just to wrap up here, thinking about, who are some digital personas with regards to digital centricity. There are young professionals out there who would know nothing else aside from the idea of digital centricity, and that their smartphone is not only where they review products, but also where they purchase them, and it's all done in a much smaller screen. Parents, of course, are on the go. And so even thinking about digital worthiness from these different perspectives, but parents have their own ways of communicating with each other and making decisions, which is important for any company to think about. Baby boomers, I do some volunteer work with a group called Search and Care in New York City. And the reality is that people are aging into technology. There's an entire movement called age tech, AARP was at the Consumer Electronics Show this past couple of years. And with my previous venture, Good Trust, we got to know a lot of the people in estate planning and people who are active when it comes to technology. And certainly, people who adopted it, 20, 30, 40 years ago, have not seen a reason to not have it anymore. So the idea of digital worthiness extends into people of an older age. And as we heard from Vince and Khaled, the idea of accessibility, increasingly important for people who are reliant upon their screens. I'll give you a quick example. One of the people I was with, she wanted to set up her Uber account because Uber would allow her to pre-schedule a trip to take her to her healthcare provider. And this was really important to her. And it was something she could do. And that's, revolutionary for people of a certain age to be able to do this kind of thing and to rely on it and to trust it. Teenagers, I have two daughters who are, one of them's a teenager, one of them's preteen. But to say that they're digitally savvy is an understatement. This is a whole other generation that's going to think of digital worthiness in ways that now are evolving rapidly with, of course, AI and the ways that children are starting to understand that in their lives. So there's a whole need to focus on that segment of the population. And then there are just busy people who are on the go and care about this to the degree to which it adds value and utility in their life. So I think I might have one or two more slides, or that might be it. Okay, so just measuring some success here. I just dropped this in to think about, Net Promoter Score. What is it you want to add to it? A customer retention opportunity with digital worthiness. That certainly seems to me a reason to move forward with this. And a referral rate. Who are the people who are working with you on this? So always remember that, investing in your team is where this is going to make the difference. The people who are going to manage your customer experience are the ones who can ideally demonstrate the highest degree of customer understanding. And I think in the emotional intelligence scale, people come to appreciate that as empathy. And the more that you can understand your customer and kind of be in their shoes, the greater the digital worthiness experience will feel. Jeff Bezos used to say that he would have an empty chair in a leadership meeting, and that would represent the customer. And in a way, the digital centricity is the customer who has a screen somewhere thinking about what is their next interaction with you as a business. And so does AI or automation replace customer centricity? I just dropped this at the bottom. Well, no, but it means data is critical. And this is where the interactions that the AI has with any customer is going to be hugely reliant on the data. So this is a brave new world for all of us. I'm just going to tell this quick story, and then Fatma or Khaled, I'd be happy to do a Q&A, but just if I can tell a quick story. So I'm a loyal Delta flyer. I've been for 20 plus years, and I happen to have achieved a million miler status, and not far from 2 million miler status. And last year, I think it was last summer, I was with my daughters on a short flight between Seattle and Victoria. It's less than an hour. And we were sitting on the flight, and one of the flight attendants came over and she said, "Oh, hi, Mr. Seberg, you're a million miler with us. We'd like to offer you a coffee." They weren't even serving really anything on the flight. And so my daughters saw this, and I thought, this is my big moment as a dad to feel cool and chill. And so I thought, oh, thank you so much. I feel so special as a customer. They got the passenger manifest. They saw that I was a million miler. They brought us coffee. So that was lovely. As I was sitting there, the coffee was a bit hot, so I didn't have time to drink any, because less than a minute later, a different Delta flight attendant came over, and he said, "Sir, we're going to be landing soon. We're going to need to take your coffee." And so I thought, but I just got it. Like, I haven't even had a chance to drink it yet. And so to me, there was some sort of disconnect between the value as a customer in an experience like that and the ways in which you are treated in the moment that you are feeling like a valued customer. How is that communicated to you? And it can be a fleeting moment in a digital sense, and certainly digital worthiness is something that Khaled and I have talked a lot about, and will continue to over time. So that is it from me. Khaled, great to see you. Good to be with everybody.
Great to see you, Daniel. I mean, I love the way how you brought everything of this day discussion to one important element in our concept, which is digital centricity and customer centricity. focus on the customer. This is the key of any success in any business. Thank you
It
so much.
is. My pleasure. My pleasure.
And I don't know, Fatma, do we have any question for Daniel? Because I have many.
Thanks a lot.
Including, where did I
I
get my
can
glasses? Because I can tell you, but I've had a few people ask.
Thank you. It was very interesting what you have just mentioned. I personally do not have any question. If you want, Khalid, you can go ahead and ask your questions. We only have 10 minutes left until the end of this summit.
Perfect. Look, I think the only aspect that I wanted to have your thought about, Daniel, is this media thing and communication, I would say, part of the media between brands and the public and the stakeholders and maybe the consumer of their product, and the shift that you just explained it to us between the traditional media versus now the new media. We have seen an alarming numbers in the digital worthiness report that we will be publishing right away. I shared this today. Very, very few five-star hotel in the world out of the 10,000 hotels that we studied have 6 and plus social media accounts. Why it's important? Because I mean, not all of us use the same channel of communication. Not all of us use Twitter or Instagram.
Yeah.
We are really diverse consumers for any hotels. So
Well, that's right. You know, kind of, I remember when we spent time together in Tunis, and around that time, I think people were, this is maybe, oh gosh, almost 10 years ago, but when people were thinking that the portal to the internet was Facebook, right? That in some parts of the world, that Facebook was how you discovered sort of a bit of everything. It was your search. It had groups, so you could meet people. It had different pages, and so an entirely different experience for people. And forgetting about that, if you're a luxury hotel or you're any kind of business that's trying to attract new customers, if you don't think that you need to be there in a way that looks like it represents your brand, then you're failing your own digital worthiness score and you're doing yourself a huge disservice. And so I think this, in many ways, what I feel like what you all are doing is reflecting back what are hard truths for established businesses to hear, certainly, because they may have just overlooked things for a prolonged period of time, but also for new businesses that make assumptions about a market, about a customer segmentation, about an audience, and haven't studied it enough or don't understand it enough, and this is where you all come in order to do it in a way that feels like they go to market with the right strategy. So this is where there are these nuances geographically. I appreciate that you all come at this from quite an international perspective, I would say. And just thinking about the verticals in this, different businesses, why is digital worthiness important to one business versus another? All these different considerations is fascinating what you all are up to. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the feedback I received from some of the stakeholders we had discussion with throughout Worthy is that they asked me, so why are you asking about contactless payment? Everyone is having contactless payment here in the US. I said, sorry, but I mean, we're serving the world and there's many consumers everywhere that they actually go to hotels 5 stars and they only pay with cash or check.
That's right. That's right.
Unbelievable that, I mean, we still have 5-star hotels that they don't have, they don't accept credit card or bank cards.
Yes, and as you and I know, having traveled to X number of countries, as much as we're a connected planet, and I'm going to say connected in a vint surf, way, like there are undersea cables and we're all, the internet has connected us in that way. There are still huge cultural differences, importantly, that people don't see necessarily, until they're there. Or and so the digital surface, this kind of digital centricity, is that gateway to people from all over the world. It's not just people who live in your country or know your market or whatever it is, right? We are this connected place, but there are these nuances we can't forget. So
And by the way, I'm not saying that the US is very advanced in digital worthiness. There's
Where can I ask you a question? Where do you think where is like the best digital worthiness happening in your collective opinions today? Like where do you see this happening?
From my personal experience, and also this has been somehow confirmed through the data that we have in the report. I think there is certainly some cities, I would say, especially the diverse and big international hubs, such as Dubai, Singapore, Paris, and others, New York, and some other places where actually that diversity of the international cultural composition of the consumers is usually the place where you could see more digital worthiness and more digital experience than other places.
Yes, and the media, shift that we see from traditional to digital is happening in those urban centers, maybe at a slightly higher pace than others, which could reflect why businesses there are more mindful of it. So, yeah.
One final thought I
Yes.
want to follow up on your point, which is, I believe, very important, which is living the moment and how it's important for you as a consumer to enjoy the moment and enjoy the experience. And your a travel airline, example is a manifestation of that. I think here, if we look at it from a perspective of what we already have discussed today with Stephanie about the skills needed for any business to make sure that their employee have to ensure that the digital that the experience of their customer is a digitally enabled experience. I'm sure that the second flight attendant who came to you to ask you to take the coffee, maybe if he had checked the device where there is information about your status or your, relationship with the company, had
Exactly. Well, that's it. And I did not go to back then it was Twitter, but I did not go to Twitter and at Delta and say, "Hey, Delta, my coffee was taken away from me." You know what I mean? It was just got coffee. But I could have done that. I mean, certainly any customer thinks of social media these days as like the place to go for customer service, and you want to make a big thing about it, and people notice it, and they like it, and it starts to get traction. And so for the employees who are dealing with customers face to face, they need to remember that even though they don't know the social media team, they're going to have a net effect on that next customer who encounters what I might have written on a screen somewhere. So there's a digital worthiness kind of supply chain that goes through the entire enterprise, right? That's important to think about.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much again, Daniel. I think we love closing this summit with the one single focus that you brought to us: customer centricity. It's all about the customer. It is about us as consumers. By the way, consumers are not someone that we don't know. It's actually
That's
Daniel,
right.
Khaled, and Fatma.
Well, can I just say, I happen to know this about you, that the part of the reason you started out with it because you were basically customer zero in this, thinking about your family and your experience, right? So this is where the reason why anything exists, I think, is important. So kudos to you all.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Thanks a lot. Thanks you. Thank you so much, Daniel. Thank you so much.
My
See you
pleasure,
next
Fatma.
year.
Absolutely.
And happy
Thanks, Khaled.
Worthiness Day.
The same. Back to you both. Bye for now.
Thanks a lot. So, Khaled, I guess we made it to the end of our first summit for this year. First of all, I'd like to thank all the speakers and all the attendees, all the persons who have, I know, who have participated in this summit. It was a very good experience. It was to celebrate the Digital Worthiness Day, and I'd like to thank you in person, Khaled, for your contribution with us today, and for believing in this concept in the digital worthiness. Because all of us, I assume that now, wherever we go, we only think about digital worthiness. We relate everything to digital worthiness, and this is very amazing, let's say. So your engagement and perspectives have been invaluable to Atworthy, to the whole team, to the people as well, and to the businesses for bringing such a topic and such a concept to the world. So thank you again. And before ending this insightful summit, I will hand it over to you, the closing word. And thank you so much again.
Thank you, Fatma. And first of all, I need to recognize and acknowledge the great work that you did and the team behind the scene that, magically made this happen over 4 hours of discussion and great insights from all the speakers and all the work that we have been doing. So thank you so much for all of that, for yourself and for the Atworthy team. It is a really an important moment for us and a pleasure for me personally, because this is a concept that is not related to Khaled experience or Fatma experience. It's a concept about how we would like to be treated as a consumers when we go next time to a restaurant or a theme park, to a mall, to a hotel, to any place where we will be consuming something. I personally prefer to have a digitally enabled experience, to actually to a level to you just mentioned that even my son, who is 10 years now, I mean, when we go to a restaurant and he find a device or something, he said, "Hey dad, look, digital worthiness." And I'm so amazed by the fact that he took that concept so easily, because for him, for the next generation, for us, for everyone, digital is part of our experience, and we require actually, and we expect every business to treat us and be worthy of our praise, worthy of our time, worthy of our business. And the only way for them is just adopt the digital. That's all. I mean, it's so easy. There's nothing special for us to request them. So thank you again.
Thank you too. Thank you. I'm really sorry because we're out of time and the streaming is ending. So see you next year and have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you so much for watching us.
Happy Digital Worthiness Day.
And happy Digital Worthiness Day, exactly.